The Lives of the Artists, the personal stories behind the masters of art, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1: The Beginnings of Art History. Art has been an intrinsic part of human history, serving as a reflection of society, culture, and individual expression. The roots of art trace back to prehistoric times, where early humans used basic tools to leave their marks on cave walls. These early forms of art, such as the famous cave paintings of Lascaux and Altamira, provide us with a glimpse into the lives of our ancient ancestors. Though the creators of these works remain unknown, their significance is clear. They were the first attempts to capture the world around them and communicate through images. In the beginning, art was primarily functional. It was often used in religious or ceremonial contexts, as seen in the artifacts of ancient civilizations like Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Greece. The Egyptians, for example, created intricate tomb paintings and sculptures meant to honor gods and preserve the soul in the afterlife. This period also saw the creation of monumental architecture, such as the pyramids, that combined art and engineering to create awe-inspiring structures designed to transcend time. As civilization progressed, so too did the role of art. In ancient Greece, art began to evolve from purely symbolic forms to more realistic representations of the human figure. The Greeks introduced the concept of ideal beauty, which emphasized proportion and symmetry. Sculptors like Phidias and Praxiteles focused on human anatomy, creating works that depicted gods and athletes with lifelike accuracy. These early Greek artists laid the foundation for much of Western art's principles, including perspective, proportion, and the portrayal of the human form. Meanwhile, the Romans adapted Greek styles and techniques, incorporating them into their own artistic traditions. Roman portraiture, for example, was highly realistic, capturing the wrinkles, imperfections, and age of its subjects. This marked a shift in the way artists depicted the human body, acknowledging both beauty and the passage of time. Art's role in society continued to shift throughout the ages, from the sacred and the functional to the more individualistic and expressive. As art evolved, it reflected changing ideas about religion, politics, and human nature. The beginnings of art history are marked by these early attempts to create, preserve, and communicate, laying the groundwork for the flourishing artistic traditions that would follow in later periods. The birth of art and early cave paintings. The birth of art can be traced back to the earliest human societies, long before written language or formalized education existed. It is believed that the first artistic expressions arose as a way for early humans to communicate, record experiences, and connect with the spiritual world. These early works were created using the simplest tools available at the time, such as rocks, sticks, and bones, and often incorporated materials like charcoal, ochre, and mineral pigments. One of the most significant forms of prehistoric art is cave painting, a practice that dates back over 40,000 years. The earliest known cave paintings were discovered in various parts of the world, with famous examples found in caves such as Lascaux in France and Altamira in Spain. These paintings depict scenes from the natural world, including animals such as bison, horses, and aurochs, as well as abstract symbols and handprints. It is believed that these images were not merely decorative, but carried deeper meaning. Some scholars suggest that these paintings were created as part of hunting rituals, intended to invoke the spirits of animals for a successful hunt. Others argue that they were early forms of storytelling or spiritual expression, providing insight into the beliefs and daily lives of prehistoric peoples. The methods used by these early artists are also of great interest. Paints were often made from natural minerals, which were ground into powders and mixed with animal fats or water. These paints were then applied using fingers, brushes made from animal hair, or even primitive sponges. The artists used the contours of the cave walls to create dynamic compositions, with some works even incorporating the natural shapes of the rock to enhance the depiction of animals in motion. These cave paintings represent some of the earliest known efforts to capture the world through art. They not only demonstrate the human desire for creative expression, but also suggest a profound connection between art and survival. The ability to observe, record, and reflect upon the natural world was essential for early humans as they navigated their environment. And these paintings may have been as much about understanding and controlling their world as they were about aesthetic pleasure. Through these first expressions of creativity, early humans laid the foundation for the rich and diverse art traditions that would emerge in the centuries to come. The role of art in ancient civilizations. In ancient civilizations, art was not only a form of creative expression, but also an essential tool for communication, religion, and power. As societies developed complex structures, art became intertwined with their political, religious, and social systems, serving both decorative and functional purposes. Ancient art was often employed to document historical events, honor gods, commemorate rulers, and convey cultural values. The forms of art created by these early civilizations give us valuable insight into their beliefs, traditions, and everyday lives. In ancient Egypt, art was primarily religious in nature and served to maintain the social order and ensure a prosperous afterlife for individuals. The Egyptians believed that art could transcend time and space, preserving the likeness and spirit of individuals long after death. Paintings, sculptures, and hieroglyphs adorned tombs and temples, creating a visual narrative of the deceased's journey to the afterlife. These works often depicted the gods, pharaohs, and daily life in highly stylized forms, with a focus on permanence and order. The strict conventions of Egyptian art ensured that each piece would be easily recognizable, reinforcing the idea of a timeless and unchanging world. In Mesopotamia, one of the earliest centers of civilization, art also had strong religious and political implications. The Sumerians, Akkadians, and Babylonians used art to convey the power and authority of their rulers, often through monumental sculptures and reliefs. The famous Stela of Hammurabi, for example, not only depicts the king, but also the divine support for his laws, which were meant to ensure justice and order. Mesopotamian art was also used in temples and palaces to honor gods and celebrate military victories, reinforcing the centrality of religion and kingship in their culture. The ancient Greeks revolutionized the way art was perceived and created, focusing on the idealized human form and the pursuit of beauty. Greek art emphasized proportion, symmetry, and realism, particularly in sculpture, where figures were often depicted in highly detailed, lifelike poses. The Greeks believed that art could be a reflection of the divine, and the gods were frequently subjects in their work. The architecture of Greek temples, such as the Parthenon, exemplified their commitment to beauty and harmony. Greek art's emphasis on humanism and the portrayal of the human figure would go on to influence Western art for centuries. Art in ancient civilizations was a powerful tool for preserving cultural identity, documenting history, and expressing the values of society. Whether in the form of monumental statues, intricate jewelry, or detailed murals, the artworks of these civilizations continue to inspire and inform our understanding of the past. Through these early works, we glimpse the aspirations, beliefs, and daily lives of the people who created them. The transition from functional to aesthetic art. The transition from functional to aesthetic art represents a significant evolution in the history of human creativity and culture. In the earliest stages of art, particularly in prehistoric times, art was largely utilitarian, serving a direct function in daily life. Early cave paintings, for instance, were not created for decorative purposes alone, but were often deeply tied to rituals, survival, and spirituality. The act of painting animals on cave walls could have been linked to hunting magic, ensuring a successful hunt or invoking the spirits of animals. Similarly, early sculptures and pottery were primarily functional, used for storing food, water, or other essentials. Over time, however, the role of art began to shift, becoming more focused on personal expression, beauty, and the exploration of abstract concepts. As civilizations advanced, the distinction between functional and aesthetic art became more pronounced. The ancient Egyptians, for example, created highly stylized art that served both practical and symbolic purposes. Art was a tool for documenting important events, preserving the likenesses of the deceased, and honoring the gods. Yet, there was also a growing emphasis on the aesthetic qualities of art, particularly in the elaborate tombs, sculptures, and monuments built for pharaohs and nobles. These works not only served religious and political functions, but were also crafted with a keen sense of design, proportion, and visual harmony. In ancient Greece, the transition from functional to aesthetic art took on even more significance. Greek artists began to move away from purely symbolic representations toward more naturalistic depictions of the human form. Sculptors like Phidias and Praxiteles began to focus on creating lifelike figures that celebrated the beauty and ideal proportions of the human body. While Greek art still had functional aspects, such as pottery used in daily life, the pursuit of beauty, balance, and the portrayal of human emotion became central to the artistic endeavor. Greek philosophy, with its emphasis on reason and the ideal, played a key role in shaping this shift. The Romans, inheriting and adapting Greek art, continued this trend, but also added their own functional elements. Roman portraiture, for instance, was known for its realistic representation of individuals, often emphasizing the wear and tear of age. This served both the practical purpose of commemorating important figures and the aesthetic purpose of conveying their character and dignity. By the time of the Renaissance, art had become increasingly focused on the pursuit of beauty for beauty's sake. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael sought to combine science, philosophy, and aesthetics to create works that were both visually striking and intellectually stimulating. The Renaissance marked a pivotal moment in the history of art, where the line between functional and aesthetic art blurred, and the pursuit of artistic excellence became a goal in itself. This transition from functional to aesthetic art laid the foundation for the many artistic movements that would follow, from Baroque to Romanticism, and continues to shape the way we perceive and create art today. Early artists, anonymous or known? The question of whether early artists were anonymous or known is a fascinating one, shedding light on the nature of creativity and cultural practices in ancient times. For much of human history, artists remained anonymous, with their names and identities often lost to time. This anonymity reflects a number of cultural, social, and practical factors that shaped art in its earliest forms. In prehistoric times, the artists responsible for cave paintings, rock art, and early sculptures were likely unknown to history. These artworks were created in the context of a communal society, where the emphasis was on the collective rather than the individual. The purpose of these early works was often spiritual, ritualistic, or functional, such as ensuring a successful hunt or honoring the deceased, rather than personal expression or fame. The anonymity of these early artists could reflect the idea that the act of creating art was a communal or even divine endeavor, not something attributed to a single person. The creators of the famous cave paintings in Lascaux or Altamira, for example, left no signature or personal mark to indicate their identity, and it is likely that they were part of a group of people who worked together to create these powerful visual representations. As civilizations developed, the concept of the artist began to evolve. In ancient cultures like Egypt and Mesopotamia, while individual artisans were acknowledged for their skill, the focus was still largely on the work itself and its function within the larger cultural or religious framework. Egyptian tomb art, for example, was often created by anonymous craftsmen working under royal commissions, with the primary purpose of honoring the gods or ensuring a prosperous afterlife for the deceased. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, while kings and rulers were often depicted in art, the artists who created these works remained largely nameless, as the art was seen as a means of promoting the glory of the ruler and the gods, rather than the artist's personal fame. It was not until ancient Greece and later Roman times that the artist began to emerge as a figure with a recognizable identity. Greek sculptors such as Phidias, Praxiteles, and Lysippus began to gain recognition for their mastery of form and technique. The idea of the artist as a unique, individual creator, distinct from the patron or society, began to take root, paving the way for the celebration of artistic genius in later periods. In conclusion, early artists were largely anonymous, as their work was seen as part of a collective cultural and religious tradition. Over time, however, the role of the artist evolved, and the idea of the individual artist as a creator with a distinct identity began to emerge. This shift set the stage for the development of the artist as an important figure in the history of art. Influence of religion and culture on early art. Religion and culture have always played a profound role in shaping art, particularly in the early stages of human history. In the earliest societies, art was not only a reflection of the human experience, but also a means to connect with the divine, convey spiritual beliefs, and reinforce cultural values. From the mysterious cave paintings of the Paleolithic era to the grand religious sculptures of ancient civilizations, art was a vital tool for understanding and expressing the sacred. In prehistoric times, art was deeply intertwined with spirituality and ritual. The cave paintings in places like Lascaux and Altamira, which depicted animals and abstract symbols, are believed to have served a religious or magical function. Early humans might have created these works as part of hunting rituals, aiming to invoke the spirits of animals or ensure a successful hunt. The focus on animals, fertility, and nature suggests that these early artworks were not merely decorative, but were bound to the cultural and religious practices of the time. These early forms of art reveal how the natural world and spirituality were inextricably linked, with art acting as a bridge between human existence and the divine forces that were believed to govern life. As civilizations began to emerge, the role of religion in art became even more pronounced. In ancient Egypt, for example, art was used to honor the gods and ensure a smooth passage to the afterlife. Monumental sculptures, hieroglyphs, and paintings were created for tombs and temples to preserve the names and images of the deceased, ensuring they would be remembered in the afterlife. The gods were central to Egyptian art, often depicted in highly stylized and symbolic ways to represent their power and divine nature. The art of ancient Egypt, with its strict conventions and focus on the afterlife, reflects a culture where religion was intertwined with daily life and art was seen as a means to secure divine favor. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, religious beliefs were a driving force behind artistic creation. Temples were adorned with intricate reliefs and statues that depicted gods, kings, and mythological scenes. These works were not simply decorative. They were seen as offerings to the gods, and their purpose was to maintain cosmic order and divine protection for the people. In this way, the art of early civilizations served both an aesthetic and functional role, serving as a conduit for spiritual connection and cultural identity. In conclusion, the influence of religion and culture on early art was immense. Art was not just a form of expression, but a means of understanding and engaging with the spiritual world. Through these early artworks, we gain insight into the beliefs, values, and rituals of ancient peoples, whose creations help shape the cultural foundations of the societies in which they lived. Chapter 2: The Renaissance Revolution. The Renaissance, spanning roughly from the 14th to the 17th centuries, marked a dramatic shift in the world of art, culture, and intellectual thought. This period, often referred to as a rebirth, saw the revival of classical ideals from ancient Greece and Rome, blending them with contemporary advancements in science, philosophy, and humanism. It was a time when artists began to break free from the rigid, religious confines of the Middle Ages and embrace new methods of representation, perspective, and expression. The Renaissance revolutionized art, setting the stage for the incredible developments that would follow. One of the defining features of the Renaissance was the emphasis on humanism, a philosophical movement that placed humans, rather than divine beings, at the center of intellectual inquiry. This shift allowed artists to explore the human form in unprecedented detail. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, influenced by the study of anatomy and the principles of classical art, focused on capturing the beauty and complexity of the human body. Their works not only demonstrated a mastery of technique, but also reflected the Renaissance belief in the potential and greatness of human beings. Leonardo da Vinci, often regarded as one of the greatest minds of the Renaissance, epitomized the fusion of art and science. His iconic works, such as the Mona Lisa and The Last Supper, employed groundbreaking techniques in perspective and light, revolutionizing the way people viewed and understood the world. Leonardo's detailed sketches and studies of anatomy and nature revealed a keen interest in the natural world, with his art serving as a vehicle for exploration and discovery. Michelangelo, another towering figure of the Renaissance, brought a similar focus on the human body to his masterpieces. His sculpture of David remains one of the most celebrated works of art in history, representing the idealized human form and embodying the Renaissance's reverence for classical beauty. Michelangelo's work on the Sistine Chapel ceiling further pushed the boundaries of artistic achievement, blending religious themes with an unprecedented depth of emotional expression and physical realism. The Renaissance also saw the rise of perspective in painting, a technique that gave works a sense of depth and realism. Artists like Raphael and Piero della Francesca developed techniques that allowed them to create space on a flat surface, making their compositions appear three-dimensional. This breakthrough was not only a technical achievement, but also a reflection of the changing worldview of the time, where the exploration of space, both literal and intellectual, became a central focus. In conclusion, the Renaissance revolutionized art by challenging the traditions of the past and embracing new ways of thinking about the human experience. Through humanism, scientific inquiry, and artistic innovation, the period transformed not only the visual arts, but also the cultural landscape of Europe. The artists of the Renaissance laid the groundwork for the modern world, leaving behind a legacy that continues to shape the way we view art and creativity today. The rise of humanism. Humanism emerged as a dominant intellectual and cultural movement during the Renaissance, marking a profound shift in how people viewed the world and their place within it. Rooted in the study of classical Greek and Roman literature, philosophy, and art, humanism emphasized the value of human experience, reason, and individual potential. It moved away from the medieval focus on the divine and the afterlife, placing greater importance on human achievement, intellectual exploration, and the celebration of the human form. This transformation had a profound impact on the arts, education, politics, and religion, fundamentally altering the course of Western history. The rise of humanism can be traced back to the renewed interest in classical antiquity that took hold during the 14th and 15th centuries. As scholars began to rediscover ancient Greek and Roman texts, they sought to revive the ideals of these earlier civilizations. Humanists like Petrarch, who is often called the father of humanism, championed the study of classical works and believed that these texts contained timeless wisdom that could be applied to contemporary life. For humanists, the classics were not just relics of the past. They were living documents that could help individuals understand themselves, their society, and their relationship to the world. One of the most significant aspects of humanism was its emphasis on the potential of the individual. Humanists believed that humans had the capacity to reason, create, and achieve greatness in ways that were previously overlooked. This idea fostered a sense of intellectual empowerment and led to a flourishing of art, literature, and science. In art, humanism inspired artists to depict the human figure with greater accuracy and emotional depth, focusing on the beauty and complexity of the human body. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo embraced this ideal, pushing the boundaries of artistic technique and exploring new ways of representing the human form in all its nuances. Humanism also had a profound influence on education. The humanist curriculum emphasized the study of the humanities, subjects like grammar, rhetoric, history, and philosophy, as essential for developing well-rounded, thoughtful individuals. This focus on education for personal growth and civic responsibility helped shape the Renaissance ideal of the Renaissance man, someone who was skilled in multiple fields and well-versed in both the arts and sciences. In addition to influencing the arts and education, humanism played a pivotal role in the rise of modern science. The humanist focus on observation, reason, and empirical evidence helped lay the intellectual foundation for scientific inquiry. Thinkers like Galileo and Copernicus, building on humanist principles, began to challenge traditional views of the universe, leading to groundbreaking discoveries that would transform our understanding of the world. In conclusion, the rise of humanism was a defining moment in Western history. It reshaped how people viewed themselves and their potential, inspiring a new era of intellectual, artistic, and scientific exploration. The humanist belief in the value of the individual, the importance of reason, and the celebration of human achievement remains a cornerstone of modern thought and continues to influence the way we approach learning, creativity, and the search for truth. The Medici family's influence on art. The Medici family, one of the most powerful and influential families in Renaissance Italy, played a pivotal role in shaping the course of art during the 14th and 15th centuries. As patrons of the arts, they were instrumental in fostering the cultural rebirth that defined the Renaissance, providing financial support to some of the period's most renowned artists, including Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Botticelli, and Raphael. The Medici's influence on art was not just financial, but also cultural and intellectual, as they helped establish Florence as the epicenter of Renaissance art and thought. The Medici's rise to power began with Giovanni di Bicci de' Medici, whose banking success laid the foundation for the family's wealth. His son, Cosimo de' Medici, known as Cosimo the Elder, further solidified the family's power and began their long tradition of supporting the arts. Cosimo's patronage was driven not only by a desire for political gain, but also by his genuine interest in humanism and the classical ideals of ancient Greece and Rome. By supporting the arts, Cosimo aimed to elevate Florence's cultural prestige, asserting the city's place as a leading intellectual center in Europe. One of Cosimo's most significant contributions to art was his commissioning of works that emphasized both religious and civic themes. For example, Cosimo funded the completion of the magnificent Florence Cathedral dome, designed by Filippo Brunelleschi, a work that would become a symbol of Florentine power and creativity. He also patronized artists like Donatello, whose sculptures, including the famous David, broke new ground in terms of naturalism and the portrayal of the human form. The Medici's support for these artists helped introduce new techniques, styles, and ideas that would influence generations to come. Perhaps the most famous member of the Medici family to shape the arts was Lorenzo de' Medici, also known as Lorenzo the Magnificent. Lorenzo's patronage reached new heights as he invited a range of artists, scholars, and thinkers to Florence, creating a vibrant intellectual and artistic environment. Under Lorenzo's guidance, the Medici family became synonymous with the flourishing of Renaissance art. Artists like Sandro Botticelli, whose iconic painting, The Birth of Venus, became a symbol of Renaissance beauty, flourished during this time. The Medici's influence extended beyond the artists they directly patronized. Their wealth and power also allowed them to collect and preserve important works of art, which would later be studied by future generations of artists and scholars. By commissioning works from leading artists, funding architectural projects, and maintaining large art collections, The Medici family helped lay the foundations for the cultural legacy of the Renaissance, ensuring that Florence remained a center of artistic innovation for centuries. In conclusion, the Medici family's influence on art was immeasurable. Their patronage allowed the Renaissance to thrive, providing artists with the resources to create revolutionary works that would change the course of art history. The Medici's legacy as patrons of the arts continues to resonate today, as their support helped transform Florence into the cradle of the Renaissance and cemented their place in the history of Western art. Leonardo da Vinci, genius of the Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci stands as one of the most extraordinary figures of the Renaissance, a true polymath whose genius transcended the boundaries of art, science, engineering, and anatomy. Born in 1452 in Vinci, Italy, Leonardo's contributions to art and knowledge continue to shape our understanding of both the human body and the world around us. His wide range of interests and achievements not only define him as the quintessential Renaissance man, but also elevate him as one of the greatest minds in human history. As an artist, Leonardo's skill and innovation set him apart. His paintings, such as the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper, showcase his mastery of technique and his deep understanding of human emotion and expression. Leonardo's use of sfumato, a technique of blending colors and tones to create soft transitions between light and shadow, allowed him to create more lifelike and dynamic figures than had ever been seen before. His exploration of perspective, light, and composition revolutionized how artists would approach the portrayal of the human form and space in their works. His attention to detail, especially in capturing subtle expressions and anatomical accuracy, elevated his paintings to a level of realism that became a hallmark of Renaissance art. Beyond his art, Leonardo's notebooks reveal the breadth of his genius. His curiosity about the natural world led him to make detailed sketches of anatomy, plants, and animals, many of which were groundbreaking for their time. His studies on the human body, which included dissection and careful observation, provided insights into the structure and function of muscles, bones, and organs that were ahead of his era. Leonardo's detailed studies of flight, mechanics, and the natural world show how he blended art and science, using his observations to inform his creations. Although many of his inventions were never built in his lifetime, his designs for machines, like flying contraptions, military devices, and hydraulic systems, reveal a mind far ahead of its time. Leonardo's genius was not limited to any one field. It was his ability to combine art, science, and technology that made him truly exceptional. His understanding of anatomy informed his art, while his artistic observations influenced his scientific and mechanical inquiries. This intersection of disciplines allowed Leonardo to produce work that was not only visually stunning, but also intellectually profound. His holistic approach to learning and his relentless curiosity were integral to the spirit of the Renaissance, which celebrated the idea that human potential could be realized through the pursuit of knowledge in all fields. In conclusion, Leonardo da Vinci's legacy as the genius of the Renaissance lies in his ability to transcend the traditional boundaries between art and science. His work continues to inspire and inform modern thought, demonstrating the enduring power of creativity and intellect. Through his masterpieces and his visionary ideas, Leonardo has secured his place as one of history's most influential figures, a testament to the limitless possibilities of the human mind. Michelangelo and the Sistine Chapel. Michelangelo Buonarroti, one of the most celebrated artists of the Renaissance, is best known for his breathtaking work on the Sistine Chapel ceiling, a project that not only defined his career, but also became one of the greatest achievements in the history of Western art. Commissioned by Pope Julius II in 1508, Michelangelo's frescoes on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel transformed both the space itself and the art world. What began as a relatively straightforward task of decorating the chapel's vault turned into an artistic and personal journey that would consume Michelangelo for 4 years and leave a lasting legacy. The Sistine Chapel, located in Vatican City, had previously been adorned with a simple starry sky. However, Julius II had grander plans, envisioning a masterpiece that would showcase the power of the Catholic Church and reflect the divine order. Initially, the commission was for the depiction of 12 apostles, but Michelangelo, who considered himself more of a sculptor than a painter, took the project in a different direction. Instead of just filling the space with apostles, he created a sweeping narrative of biblical scenes, bringing to life the book of Genesis with astonishing detail and complexity. The most iconic of these scenes is the creation of Adam, where God reaches out to touch the finger of Adam, an image that has become an enduring symbol of human potential and divine inspiration. Michelangelo's approach to the Sistine Chapel ceiling was revolutionary. He employed a technique called fresco, where pigments are applied to wet plaster, allowing the colors to bond with the wall as the plaster dries. This method required immense skill and speed, as Michelangelo had to work on scaffolding for hours each day, often lying on his back, to paint the vast expanse above him. Despite the challenges, his artistry brought a new level of realism and depth to the fresco medium, with figures that were muscular, dynamic, and full of life. The Sistine Chapel ceiling features not only the famous scenes from Genesis, but also the Last Judgment on the altar wall, painted later in Michelangelo's life. This monumental fresco depicts the final judgment, where Christ returns to judge the living and the dead, a theme that reflects both the artist's spiritual and philosophical musings in his later years. In conclusion, Michelangelo's work on the Sistine Chapel ceiling is a testament to his unparalleled genius and tireless dedication. It is a masterpiece that blends narrative, theology, and humanism, showcasing the divine beauty of the human form and the profound relationship between God and humanity. The Sistine Chapel remains one of the most visited and revered art sites in the world, a monument to Michelangelo's legacy as one of the greatest artists to ever live. Raphael and the Power of Perspective. Raphael, one of the leading artists of the High Renaissance, is celebrated not only for his technical skill, but also for his innovative use of perspective, which helped redefine the visual language of art during this transformative period. Born Raffaello Sanzio in 1483, Raphael's work spans a range of subjects, from religious altarpieces to portraits, but his mastery of perspective in his frescoes and compositions is what truly set him apart. His ability to manipulate space, depth, and proportion was instrumental in shaping the visual structure of Renaissance art, contributing to the movement's hallmark of balance, harmony, and realism. One of Raphael's most significant works in this regard is his fresco series for the Vatican's Stanza della Segnatura, particularly the iconic School of Athens. In this monumental composition, Raphael brings together the great philosophers of ancient Greece and Rome, such as Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, and Pythagoras, in a grand architectural setting. The use of perspective in this work is nothing short of groundbreaking. Raphael meticulously constructs the space, drawing the viewer's eye toward the central figures of Plato and Aristotle, creating a sense of depth and movement that makes the entire scene feel both unified and dynamic. His mastery of linear perspective, the technique of creating the illusion of depth on a flat surface, enhances the three-dimensionality of the space, making the viewer feel as though they are entering the intellectual world of the great philosophers. Raphael's use of perspective was not limited to architectural settings. In his religious works, such as the Transfiguration and the Madonna of the Meadow, Raphael applied similar principles to create lifelike depictions of the human figure within carefully constructed spaces. His understanding of the relationship between light, shadow, and depth allowed him to create figures that appeared to inhabit real, three-dimensional spaces. The use of perspective in these works gave his compositions an unparalleled sense of realism, drawing the viewer into the narrative and creating a spiritual connection between the figures and their surroundings. What set Raphael apart from other artists of the time was his ability to combine perspective with a deep understanding of human emotion and movement. While artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo excelled in capturing the anatomical precision and depth of the human form, Raphael's genius lay in his ability to convey both the intellectual and emotional content of his subjects through space. His works often conveyed a sense of harmony and balance, both in the physical arrangement of figures and the space around them. In conclusion, Raphael's mastery of perspective was a defining element of his artistic legacy. His ability to manipulate space not only enhanced the realism of his work, but also deepened the emotional and intellectual resonance of his compositions. Raphael's contributions to the development of perspective helped solidify the Renaissance's emphasis on harmony, proportion, and the human experience, leaving an indelible mark on the history of art. Chapter 3, Baroque and Rococo Art, Drama and Excess. The Baroque and Rococo periods, which span from the late 16th century to the mid-18th century, marked a dramatic shift in the art world, characterized by emotional intensity, grandeur, and a break from the restrained elegance of the Renaissance and Mannerist styles. Baroque art, which emerged around 1600, was defined by its use of bold contrast, movement, and heightened emotion. It was an artistic response to the tensions of the Reformation and the Catholic Counter-Reformation, where the Catholic Church sought to reassert its influence through powerful visual narratives designed to inspire awe and devotion. In contrast, Rococo, which flourished in the early 18th century, reflected a more playful, ornate, and often frivolous aesthetic, emphasizing grace, lightness, and sensuality. Baroque art was born out of a desire to engage the viewer's emotions and create a sense of drama and intensity. Artists like Caravaggio, Peter Paul Rubens, and Rembrandt used vivid contrasts of light and shadow, known as chiaroscuro, to evoke a sense of depth and movement. Caravaggio, in particular, revolutionized religious art with his stark realism and intense emotion. His works, such as The Calling of St. Matthew, depicted religious scenes with an unprecedented level of raw, human drama, making the divine seem immediate and accessible to the viewer. This emotional realism was a hallmark of the Baroque style, with its dramatic use of light, intense color, and dynamic compositions. In architecture, Baroque style is epitomized by the works of Gianlorenzo Bernini, who designed grandiose spaces like St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. Bernini's use of sweeping curves and dramatic effects in both sculpture and architecture created a sense of movement and grandeur, designed to overwhelm and inspire awe. The Baroque period emphasized the theatricality of space, with buildings that invited the viewer to experience the divine and the majestic in new, powerful ways. The Rococo period, which developed in France under Louis XV, was a direct reaction against the drama and grandeur of the Baroque. Rococo art was marked by its lightness, playful themes, and elaborate decoration. Artists like Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard created scenes of leisure, romance, and sensuality, often set in idyllic pastoral landscapes. The color palette of Rococo art was soft and pastel, with an emphasis on elegance and refinement. The style was less about emotional depth and more about creating an atmosphere of beauty, pleasure, and frivolity, which reflected the tastes of the French aristocracy. In conclusion, the Baroque and Rococo periods represent two distinct artistic responses to the social and cultural climate of their times. Baroque art, with its dramatic, emotional intensity, sought to engage the viewer in a profound spiritual and emotional experience, while Rococo art, with its emphasis on elegance and lightness, catered to the tastes of a more leisurely and indulgent society. Together, these two movements showcase the range of human expression and artistic innovation during a period of significant cultural change. The origins of Baroque style. The Baroque style emerged in the early 17th century as a response to the social, political, and religious upheaval of the time. Originating in Italy around 1600, Baroque art and architecture were deeply intertwined with the Catholic Church's Counter-Reformation, which sought to reaffirm the Church's authority in the wake of the Protestant Reformation. The Baroque style was a direct counter to the calm restraint of Renaissance art and the mannered complexities of the late Mannerist period. It was bold, emotional, and designed to evoke a strong response from the viewer, using dramatic effects to inspire awe, devotion, and a deeper sense of connection to the divine. One of the primary influences on the Baroque style was the Catholic Church's desire to combat the rise of Protestantism, which had downplayed the role of religious imagery. In response, the Catholic Church embraced art as a means of conveying its religious messages, making them more direct and compelling. The Baroque style sought to overwhelm the senses, employing intense realism, motion, and contrast to create emotional experiences. Religious themes were central to Baroque art, often depicting scenes from the Bible or the lives of saints in a way that emphasized human suffering, divine power, and spiritual transcendence. Artists such as Caravaggio and Peter Paul Rubens were pioneers of this dramatic, emotional approach. Caravaggio, for instance, used stark contrasts of light and shadow, chiaroscuro, to create a sense of depth and intensity, giving his religious figures a raw, lifelike realism that resonated deeply with viewers. The Baroque style was also influenced by the cultural climate of the time, including the growing power of absolute monarchs like Louis XIV in France and the Habsburgs in Spain. In architecture, the Baroque reflected the grandiose ambitions of these rulers. Buildings like St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, designed by Gian Lorenzo Bernini, exemplify the Baroque's embrace of opulence and scale. The use of sweeping curves, monumental facades, and dynamic forms in Baroque architecture was designed to awe the viewer, making them feel the power of both the ruler and the divine. Bernini's work in the Vatican is perhaps the most iconic example of how Baroque architecture sought to envelop the viewer in a grand, all-encompassing space, blurring the line between the earthly and the divine. In conclusion, the origins of the Baroque style lie in the convergence of religious, political, and cultural forces at the turn of the 17th century. It was a reaction against the intellectualism of the Renaissance and the restrained art of the Mannerists, focusing instead on emotional intensity, dramatic compositions, and the power of visual spectacle. Baroque art and architecture reflect a world that was deeply invested in the material and the spiritual, aiming to move both the mind and the heart. Caravaggio and the use of light. Michelangelo Merisi da Caravaggio, one of the most influential artists of the Baroque period, revolutionized painting with his dramatic use of light and shadow, a technique known as chiaroscuro. Caravaggio's approach to light was not only a stylistic choice, but a means to enhance the emotional impact of his works, transforming the viewer's experience of the scene. By using stark contrasts between light and dark, Caravaggio created compositions that felt immediate and intense, drawing the viewer's focus to specific figures or moments in the narrative. His mastery of light allowed him to convey not only a sense of realism, but also a psychological depth that set his work apart from his predecessors. Caravaggio's use of light was innovative because he employed it in a way that seemed almost theatrical, often casting dramatic beams of light that illuminated his subjects in an otherwise dark scene. This technique was in stark contrast to the softer, more balanced lighting of Renaissance painters like Leonardo da Vinci. Where Renaissance artists sought harmony and idealization, Caravaggio's lighting choices emphasized the raw, unidealized humanity of his subjects. His figures were often shown in stark naturalism, illuminated by a single light source that would dramatically highlight their facial expressions, gestures, and emotions while leaving the background in deep shadow. This created an atmosphere of tension and immediacy, making the viewer feel as though they were witnessing a real, tangible moment. One of Caravaggio's most famous works, The Calling of St. Matthew, exemplifies his skillful manipulation of light. In this painting, the light streams in from an unseen source, illuminating Matthew and his companions, highlighting their faces and gestures in sharp detail. The contrast between the brightly lit figures and the surrounding shadows serves to emphasize the transformative moment in the scene, when Christ calls Matthew to follow him. The way Caravaggio uses light not only draws attention to key figures, but also creates a sense of drama and narrative urgency, as though the viewer is part of the action. Caravaggio's lighting also had symbolic significance. In works like The Supper at Emmaus and Judith beheading Holofernes, light often represents divine intervention or moral revelation, highlighting the moments of spiritual awakening or violence that shift the course of the narrative. Through his mastery of light, Caravaggio was able to elevate the psychological and emotional stakes of his paintings, inviting the viewer to engage with the scene on a deeply personal level. In conclusion, Caravaggio's innovative use of light was a key factor in his ability to create powerful, emotionally charged works that remain influential in the history of art. His mastery of chiaroscuro not only brought a new level of realism to painting, but also transformed the way light could be used to enhance narrative and psychological depth, establishing him as one of the most revolutionary painters in Western art. Rembrandt's exploration of the human condition. Rembrandt van Rijn, one of the greatest painters and etchers in European art history, is renowned for his profound exploration of the human condition. Throughout his career, he delved into the complexities of the human soul, capturing not just physical likeness, but the emotional depth and psychological intensity of his subjects. His innovative approach to light and shadow, along with his ability to convey the inner life of his figures, set him apart as an artist deeply attuned to the nuances of human existence. Whether in his intimate self-portraits, biblical scenes, or portraits of ordinary people, Rembrandt's work transcended mere representation, offering a window into the emotional and spiritual dimensions of the human experience. One of the most striking aspects of Rembrandt's work is his ability to depict vulnerability, aging, and introspection. His self-portraits, created throughout his life, offer an evolving record of his own physical and emotional state. Unlike many artists of his time who sought to idealize themselves, Rembrandt painted himself with brutal honesty, showing the passage of time and the struggles of life. His later self-portraits, in particular, reflect a deeper sense of self-reflection, with the artist's face often illuminated in a way that seems to focus not just on his external features, but on the inner emotional landscape. This focus on the impermanence of life and the inevitability of aging speaks to Rembrandt's recognition of human frailty. In addition to his self-portraits, Rembrandt's portraits of other individuals reveal his deep empathy and understanding of the human soul. His ability to capture the individuality and character of his sitters, whether they were wealthy merchants, humble servants, or soldiers, demonstrates his profound respect for humanity in all its forms. Unlike many portraitists of his time who focused on status and superficial appearance, Rembrandt was more concerned with portraying his subjects in a way that conveyed their inner lives. His use of light and shadow not only adds a sense of three-dimensionality to his figures, but also draws attention to their emotional state, often conveying a sense of contemplation, weariness, or joy. Rembrandt's exploration of the human condition is also evident in his biblical works, such as The Night Watch and The Return of the Prodigal Son. These paintings are not merely religious narratives. They delve into themes of redemption, guilt, compassion, and forgiveness. In works like The Anatomy Lesson of Dr. Nicolas Tulp, Rembrandt explores the relationship between life and death, presenting the act of dissection as a profound and almost spiritual examination of the human body. In conclusion, Rembrandt's exploration of the human condition is central to his legacy as one of the most empathetic and insightful artists in history. Through his masterful use of light, composition, and psychological depth, Rembrandt's works continue to offer a timeless meditation on the complexities of human existence, making his art resonate deeply with viewers across centuries. The lavishness of Rococo art. Rococo art, which emerged in France during the early 18th century, is often characterized by its ornate, extravagant style that contrasts sharply with the grandiosity and intensity of the Baroque period. The Rococo movement flourished during the reign of Louis XV and was embraced by the French aristocracy, who sought an art form that reflected their pursuit of pleasure, luxury, and lightheartedness. Rococo's lavishness is evident in its use of intricate details, pastel color palettes, and a focus on themes of love, romance, and carefree aristocratic life. The style was a direct reaction against the heavy, religious-focused art of the Baroque period, embracing instead a sense of frivolity and aesthetic pleasure. At the core of Rococo's lavishness is its devotion to ornate decoration. Rococo artists and designers filled their works with flowing, curved lines, intricate patterns, and delicate, almost whimsical motifs, such as shells, scrolls, and floral designs. These elements gave a sense of movement and fluidity to Rococo art, which seemed to embrace the softness and elegance of nature rather than the structured and dramatic compositions of earlier styles. The lavishness was not just in the visuals, but also in the luxurious materials used in Rococo furniture, architecture, and interior design. Rooms were adorned with gilded moldings, elaborately upholstered furniture, and mirrors framed with elaborate carvings, creating a sense of indulgence and excess. In painting, Rococo artists such as Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard captured the spirit of the period with their depictions of aristocratic leisure. These paintings often featured mythological or pastoral themes, showcasing lovers in idyllic, romantic settings or courtly figures engaging in lighthearted outdoor activities. The use of pastel colors, soft lighting, and intimate, often playful compositions contributed to an atmosphere of refinement and pleasure. Watteau's famous Pilgrimage to Cythera, for example, portrays a group of lovers journeying to a mythical island of love, surrounded by lush, dreamlike landscapes. The soft, ethereal quality of the work evokes a sense of romantic fantasy and escapism that defined the Rococo aesthetic. Rococo architecture followed similar principles of extravagance. The palaces of the time, such as the Hôtel de Soubise in Paris, are adorned with elaborate stuccos, delicate carvings, and luxurious furnishings. The architecture was designed to create an atmosphere of opulence, focusing on aesthetic pleasure rather than functionality or monumentality. Rococo architecture's curved walls and ceilings, intricate moldings, and the seamless blending of interior and exterior spaces further reflected the movement's focus on beauty and sensuality. In conclusion, the lavishness of Rococo art lies in its celebration of indulgence, pleasure, and refinement. Through its detailed ornamentation, soft color palettes, and emphasis on romantic and carefree themes, Rococo created an art form that resonated with the tastes of the French aristocracy and encapsulated the spirit of the early 18th century. Its focus on beauty for beauty's sake and its rejection of the rigid structures of previous styles make Rococo a distinctive and lavish artistic movement. The rise of portraiture. Portraiture, as an art form, emerged as one of the most significant genres in Western art, particularly during the Renaissance, and continued to evolve throughout the centuries. Its rise can be seen as a response to a growing interest in individualism, humanism, and the increasing prominence of wealthy and powerful patrons who sought to immortalize their likenesses. Before the Renaissance, portraits were rare, with art primarily focused on religious or mythological themes. However, as societal shifts unfolded, so too did the role of the individual in art, and portraiture began to gain traction, becoming an essential means of expression for both the subject and the artist. During the early Renaissance, artists began to turn their attention to realistic depictions of individuals, moving away from the stylized representations found in medieval art. The growing influence of humanism, which emphasized the study of classical antiquity and the human experience, played a significant role in this transformation. Artists like Jan van Eyck and Rogier van der Weyden in Northern Europe pioneered the use of oil painting, allowing for a new level of detail and realism in portraiture. Their works, such as Van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait marked the beginning of a new era in which the subject's identity and social status were captured with incredible precision, heralding the rise of portraiture as a genre. As the Renaissance progressed, portraiture became a vital tool for the emerging middle and upper classes, as well as royalty and nobility, to assert their status and influence. The depiction of one's image was seen not only as a symbol of wealth, but also as a means of controlling how one was remembered. Portraits were commissioned to celebrate key moments, such as marriages, births, or achievements, and they became central to the practice of documenting one's legacy. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Titian brought portraiture to new heights, mastering the art of capturing not just the physical likeness of their subjects, but also their personality, emotions, and inner life. The use of light, color, and composition in these works created a sense of realism that had never been seen before, making the viewer feel as though they were engaging with a living person. By the 17th century, portraiture had become a prominent feature of European art, particularly in the courts of France, England, and Spain. Artists like Rembrandt, Peter Paul Rubens, and Anthony van Dyck took portraiture to an even more sophisticated level, experimenting with texture, lighting, and psychological depth. Rembrandt, for example, was known for his ability to capture the emotional complexity of his subjects, particularly in his self-portraits, which depicted him at various stages of life and in varying emotional states. His use of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and shadow, added a sense of drama and intimacy to his portraits, inviting the viewer to engage with the subject on a personal level. In conclusion, the rise of portraiture marks a significant shift in art history, reflecting the growing importance of the individual in society. As artists began to explore the complexities of human identity, portraiture became a means of both personal expression and social commentary. The development of portraiture not only enriched the history of art, but also shaped how individuals were viewed, remembered, and immortalized for generations to come. Chapter 4: The Enlightenment and Neoclassicism. The Enlightenment, which emerged in the 18th century, was a period marked by an emphasis on reason, science, and intellectual inquiry. Philosophers and thinkers like Voltaire, John Locke, and Immanuel Kant challenged traditional authority, advocating for individual freedoms, secularism, and the pursuit of knowledge. This intellectual movement profoundly influenced art, leading to the development of neoclassicism, a style that sought to revive the principles of ancient Greece and Rome. Neoclassicism was not just a visual aesthetic, but a reflection of the Enlightenment's ideals, promoting the values of rationality, virtue, and order in both art and society. Neoclassical art emerged as a response to the excesses of the Rococo style, which had been characterized by its frivolity, ornate decoration, and focus on light-hearted themes. In contrast, Neoclassicism emphasized simplicity, clarity, and moral seriousness, drawing inspiration from the art and culture of ancient civilizations. The rediscovery of Pompeii and Herculaneum, along with the writings of classical scholars, fueled this renewed interest in ancient art and architecture. Artists like Jacques-Louis David and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres were at the forefront of this movement, using the classical past to address contemporary issues and reflect the values of the Enlightenment. One of the defining features of neoclassicism was its focus on idealized human figures, balanced compositions, and the use of historical and mythological themes to convey moral lessons. In works such as The Oath of the Horatii by David, the artist employed the visual language of classical antiquity to depict themes of loyalty, sacrifice, and civic virtue. The painting, with its strong geometric structure, restrained color palette, and heroic subject matter, encapsulated the neoclassical emphasis on moral integrity and the power of reason. The portrayal of the human body, derived from classical sculpture, was another hallmark of neoclassical art, reflecting the Enlightenment belief in the potential for human achievement and excellence. Neoclassical architecture also flourished during this time, with grand, symmetrical designs inspired by ancient Roman and Greek structures. The use of columns, pediments, and domes became widespread, particularly in public buildings and monuments, as the neoclassical style symbolized the rationality and order that the Enlightenment championed. In Britain, architects like Robert Adam and James Stewart designed elegant, classical-inspired homes and civic buildings, while Thomas Jefferson brought neoclassical principles to the United States, designing the Virginia state capitol and the White House with classical columns and proportions. In conclusion, the Enlightenment and neoclassicism were deeply interconnected, with art serving as a vehicle for the ideas and ideals of the intellectual movement. Neoclassical artists and architects embraced the values of reason, virtue, and order, looking to the past to shape a more rational, moral, and enlightened future. Through their works, they sought to inspire a new generation to aspire to higher ideals, making neoclassicism a powerful reflection of the cultural and philosophical shifts of the 18th century. Rationality and order in art. The 18th century, particularly during the Enlightenment, was a period that placed great emphasis on reason, logic, and the pursuit of knowledge. These intellectual shifts had a profound impact on art, as artists and thinkers sought to move away from the chaotic, overly decorative styles of previous periods like Baroque and Rococo. Instead, they embraced a more rational, structured approach to art that focused on clarity, balance, and harmony. This new aesthetic, which became central to the neoclassical movement, was grounded in the belief that art should not only be aesthetically pleasing, but also intellectually engaging, reflecting the orderly principles of nature and reason. Rationality in art manifested in various ways, one of the most significant being the emphasis on symmetry and proportion. Artists and architects looked to the classical traditions of ancient Greece and Rome for inspiration, drawing from the harmonious proportions found in their sculptures, architecture, and design. The Greeks, in particular, believed that the ideal beauty of the human body and the built environment could be expressed through mathematical ratios and balanced compositions. This sense of proportion and order became a guiding principle for neoclassical artists who sought to emulate these classical ideals in their own work. In painting, neoclassical artists like Jacques-Louis David, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, and Antonio Canova used rationality and order to convey moral and intellectual themes. Their compositions were often structured with clear, geometric lines, using balance and symmetry to create a sense of visual harmony. David's The Oath of Horatii is a prime example of this approach, where the painting's rigid, architectural composition and the figure's strong, angular poses emphasize discipline, sacrifice, and civic duty. The clarity of form, along with the restrained color palette, further reinforced the intellectual message of the piece, presenting a sense of rational control over emotional expression. In architecture, the application of rationality and order was evident in the widespread use of classical elements like columns, pediments, and domes. The designs of neoclassical architects, such as Robert Adam and Thomas Jefferson, incorporated these elements to create buildings that exuded balance and intellectual rigor. The symmetry of these structures was not just about aesthetic appeal. It also symbolized a belief in the power of reason to create an orderly society. By embracing the classical forms that had been perfected by the ancient Greeks and Romans, neoclassical architects hoped to inspire a more reasoned and rational age, one that could reject the excesses and chaos of previous periods. In conclusion, the rise of rationality and order in art during the Enlightenment was a reflection of the intellectual climate of the time. Artists and architects sought to create works that were not only visually harmonious, but also aligned with the Enlightenment's ideals of reason, balance, and moral clarity. Through their commitment to proportion, symmetry, and classical influences, they aimed to inspire a more enlightened society grounded in the principles of order and intellectual integrity. Jacques-Louis David, Painting for the Revolution. Louis David, one of the leading artists of the neoclassical movement, played a pivotal role in shaping the visual language of the French Revolution. His work not only marked a shift towards rationality and order in art, but also became a powerful tool for political expression, capturing the revolutionary spirit of his time. David's paintings were far more than mere representations of historical events. They were works designed to inspire, to propagate revolutionary ideals, and to immortalize the figures and moments that defined the period. David's deep involvement in the political upheaval of the French Revolution was reflected in the subjects and messages of his art. He aligned himself with the revolutionaries, and his art became an essential part of their propaganda. His works were created with the purpose of galvanizing the public, promoting virtues such as patriotism, sacrifice, and unity, while also glorifying revolutionary figures. One of his most iconic works, The Death of Marat, 1793, is a striking example of how David used art to commemorate the revolution's martyrs. The painting portrays Jean-Paul Marat, a radical journalist and politician, in the moment of his assassination, elevating his death to the status of martyrdom. Marat's lifeless body is shown with a calm, dignified expression, and the image is framed with an almost classical austerity. Through this portrayal, David not only immortalizes a revolutionary hero, but also presents a narrative of sacrifice for the greater good of the revolution. In addition to The Death of Marat, David's work like The Oath of the Herati, 1784, and The Lictors Bring to Brutus the Bodies of His Sons, 1789, further solidified his reputation as a painter of revolutionary ideals. These paintings, with their focus on themes of duty, sacrifice, and loyalty to the state, echoed the values of the Roman Republic, drawing parallels between the Revolution and ancient Roman virtue. The neoclassical style, with its emphasis on clarity, order, and idealized forms, was the perfect vehicle for expressing the moral and political messages of the time. Through his use of bold compositions, strong lines, and heroic figures, David's work imbued the revolution with a sense of grandeur, suggesting that it was not just a political movement, but a noble cause that stood in line with the great histories of the past. David's role as an artist in the French Revolution was not limited to just his paintings. He also served as a public figure, holding important positions within the revolutionary government and directly influencing the visual culture of the time. His works became part of the revolutionary propaganda machine, reinforcing the ideals of the revolution and shaping the way the public viewed both the revolutionaries and their enemies. In conclusion, Jacques-Louis David's art was deeply intertwined with the French Revolution, using the power of visual imagery to promote revolutionary ideals and to cement the legacy of key figures. His commitment to the revolution, both politically and artistically, made him a crucial figure in the intersection of art and politics during one of history's most tumultuous periods. Through his paintings, David not only documented history, but also played an active role in shaping it. The influence of ancient Greek and Roman art. The art of ancient Greece and Rome has had an enduring influence on Western culture, particularly during the Renaissance and neoclassical periods, when artists and architects look back to classical antiquity for inspiration. The ideals of beauty, proportion, and harmony that characterized ancient Greek and Roman art became foundational principles in the development of Western art. These ancient civilizations, with their focus on idealized human forms, rational structure, and an understanding of space and composition, left a legacy that shaped the art of subsequent periods. Greek art, in particular, set the standard for the depiction of the human body, achieving a level of realism and idealization that would influence artists for centuries. Greek sculptors like Phidias, Praxiteles, and Lysippus revolutionized the way the human form was represented, emphasizing proportion, balance, and naturalism. Their works, such as the Parthenon sculptures and the statue of Apollo, depicted the human body not just as a physical object, but as an embodiment of divine perfection and intellectual idealism. This ideal of beauty and harmony became a cornerstone of Western art, influencing Renaissance artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, who sought to capture the beauty and proportion of the human figure in their own works. Roman art, while heavily influenced by Greek models, added a focus on realism and the depiction of individual character. Roman portraiture, for example, was known for its highly detailed and lifelike representations, capturing not only the physical appearance of the subject, but also their personality and social status. This emphasis on realism, seen in works like the busts of Roman emperors, continued to influence portraiture through the Renaissance and into the modern era. Roman architecture, too, left a lasting impact with its use of columns, arches, and domes. The Pantheon in Rome, with its iconic dome, served as a model for later Western architecture, influencing the design of buildings like St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. During the Renaissance, the rediscovery of classical Greek and Roman art became a driving force in the development of new artistic techniques and ideas. Humanism, which placed human beings at the center of intellectual and artistic endeavor, found inspiration in the ancient world, and artists like Raphael and Titian sought to emulate the forms, subjects, and styles of classical antiquity. Neoclassical artists in the 18th century further embraced these ideals, using the classical past as a model for their own work, as seen in the works of Jacques-Louis David and Antonio Canova. In conclusion, the influence of ancient Greek and Roman art has been profound and far-reaching. The ideals of beauty, proportion, and realism that these civilizations developed became foundational principles for subsequent periods of art, shaping the course of Western artistic tradition. From the Renaissance to the present day, the legacy of classical antiquity continues to inform the way artists approach the human form, architecture, and the representation of the world. The importance of symmetry and clarity. Symmetry and clarity have long been essential principles in the creation of art, shaping the way artists approach composition, structure, and visual balance. From ancient Greek and Roman art to the neoclassical period and beyond, the pursuit of symmetry and clarity has been central to achieving a sense of harmony and order in visual works. These elements not only bring aesthetic appeal, but also communicate intellectual ideals, reflecting a deeper philosophical connection between art and the natural world. In ancient Greek and Roman art, symmetry was regarded as an expression of divine order and balance. The Greeks, in particular, saw symmetry as a reflection of the natural world's inherent beauty, which they believed was governed by mathematical principles. Sculptors like Phidias and Praxiteles used proportional symmetry to create idealized human figures, carefully measuring and balancing each part of the body to create a harmonious whole. This approach was not just about beauty, but about the pursuit of intellectual and philosophical ideals, representing a connection between the human form and the divine. The symmetry in their works suggested an inherent order to the universe, and artists were tasked with capturing that order in their creations. This emphasis on symmetry carried over into Roman art, which adopted Greek principles, but also introduced more realistic portrayals of human figures and the world. Roman portraiture, for example, often depicted individuals with greater attention to physical accuracy, yet still adhered to the classical ideals of balance and proportion. The use of symmetry in Roman architecture, particularly in public buildings, was equally important, as structures like the Pantheon and aqueducts were designed to reflect the rationality and clarity of the empire's intellectual and political order. During the Renaissance, artists like Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael revived classical ideals, incorporating symmetry and clarity into their works to enhance both the visual impact and the intellectual depth of their compositions. Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man is a prime example of this pursuit of balance, as he sought to harmonize human proportions with the geometric principles of symmetry. Renaissance art often focused on the precise arrangement of figures and objects within a space, creating compositions that were not only visually appealing, but also conveyed a sense of logical order and intellectual clarity. In the neoclassical period, symmetry and clarity continued to play a central role in the artistic process. Artists like Jacques-Louis David emphasized strong lines, balanced compositions, and clear narratives in their works. This focus on order and rationality reflected the Enlightenment ideals of reason and moral clarity, where art was seen as a means of conveying universal truths through simple, well-structured imagery. In conclusion, symmetry and clarity are crucial elements in art, as they help create visual harmony, intellectual depth, and a connection between the artwork and the viewer. From ancient Greece to the neoclassical era, the use of these principles has served to represent not only aesthetic beauty, but also philosophical ideals of order, balance, and reason. These elements continue to influence how we understand and appreciate art today. Art as a tool for political statements. Throughout history, art has served as a powerful vehicle for political expression, offering artists a means to influence public opinion, reflect societal tensions, and challenge authority. From ancient civilizations to modern times, artists have used their work to address political events, social issues, and ideological movements, often making bold statements that resonate far beyond the art world itself. The ability of art to capture the emotions, struggles, and aspirations of society has made it an essential tool for political commentary, revolution, and reform. In ancient times, art was often commissioned by rulers and elites to convey political power and divine authority. In ancient Egypt, for example, monumental statues and tomb paintings were designed not only to honor the gods, but also to assert the pharaoh's power and immortality. Similarly, Roman emperors commissioned works that depicted their military victories, using art as propaganda to consolidate their rule and control public perception. The message was clear. Art could be used to shape how rulers and their actions were viewed by the people. As political movements began to shift and evolve, artists continued to use their craft to reflect the changing dynamics of power. During the French Revolution, artists like Jacques-Louis David harnessed the power of visual imagery to support revolutionary ideals. David's paintings, such as The Death of Marat, celebrated the martyrs of the revolution, turning their sacrifices into symbols of the fight for liberty and justice. His use of dramatic, heroic portrayals elevated the revolution's message, using art as a tool to influence public sentiment and solidify the ideals of the revolutionary cause. In the 20th century, political art took on even more direct forms of protest and resistance. The rise of social movements, from civil rights campaigns to anti-war protests, saw artists like Picasso and Goya creating works that challenged war, violence, and social injustice. Picasso's Guernica, for example, stands as a stark condemnation of the bombing of the Spanish town of Guernica during the Spanish Civil War, using raw imagery to evoke the horrors of war and the suffering of innocents. Similarly, Francisco Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808 captures the brutality of the French occupation of Spain, presenting a powerful indictment of oppression and violence. Art as a tool for political statements continues to resonate in contemporary times. Street art, graphic design, and digital media have become primary methods for expressing political dissent, with figures like Banksy using provocative imagery to challenge social and political systems. Art has become more accessible and more immediate, with visual messages reaching a global audience in an instant. Whether addressing issues of inequality, climate change, or human rights, contemporary artists continue to use their work to incite dialogue, raise awareness, and at times challenge the status quo. In conclusion, art has long been a tool for political expression, offering a way to comment on, critique, and shape the political landscape. From ancient monuments to modern protest art, the visual impact of political statements made through art is undeniable. As both a reflection of and a catalyst for change, art remains a dynamic and essential force in political discourse. Chapter 5: Romanticism and the Expression of Emotion. Romanticism, a cultural movement that emerged in the late 18th century and flourished into the 19th century, marked a dramatic shift in how emotions, nature, and the individual were represented in art. It was born as a reaction against the rationalism of the Enlightenment and the rigid formalism of neoclassicism. Rather than adhering to the classical ideals of order, balance, and reason, Romanticism celebrated spontaneity, imagination, and the raw power of human emotion. This shift was particularly evident in painting, where artists sought to evoke deep emotional responses from their audience, using dramatic compositions, vibrant color palettes, and dynamic forms to capture the intensity of human experience. At the heart of Romanticism was the belief that emotion and individual experience were essential to understanding the world. Artists in this movement emphasized personal expression, turning away from traditional depictions of idealized figures and calm, rational compositions. Instead, they explored themes such as longing, fear, awe, and passion, often portraying individuals in dramatic, turbulent settings. The portrayal of intense emotion was not merely a stylistic choice, but a philosophical one, reflecting a growing interest in the inner workings of the human psyche and the complexities of personal identity. One of the most prominent themes in Romantic art was the sublime, the awe-inspiring beauty of nature and its power over the human spirit. Artists like J.M.W. Turner and Caspar David Friedrich captured the vastness and untamed force of nature, portraying landscapes that were both beautiful and terrifying. Turner's seascapes, filled with tumultuous waves and stormy skies, conveyed the overwhelming power of nature, while Friedrich's solitary figures standing before expansive vistas evoked feelings of solitude, contemplation, and transcendence. These works invited the viewer to experience the emotional and spiritual impact of nature, highlighting the Romantic belief that nature was a mirror for human emotion. Romanticism also saw the emergence of the exotic and the mysterious as subjects in art. Artists like Eugène Delacroix and Théodore Géricault used intense color and dramatic compositions to convey a sense of urgency, danger, and the unknown. Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People became an iconic representation of revolutionary fervor, capturing the emotional energy of the struggle for freedom. Géricault's The Raft of the Medusa portrayed human suffering and desperation, drawing attention to the extremes of human emotion in a way that was both visceral and powerful. In conclusion, Romanticism was an artistic movement that placed the expression of emotion at its center, championing individuality, passion, and the sublime. The intense emotional landscapes created by Romantic artists reflected a growing fascination with the inner self and the vast, uncontrollable forces of nature. By prioritizing personal experience over rationality, Romanticism changed the course of art history, influencing generations of artists to explore and express the full spectrum of human emotion. The rejection of the Enlightenment ideals. The period of the Enlightenment, which spanned much of the 18th century, emphasized reason, logic, and the pursuit of knowledge through science and philosophy. Enlightenment thinkers championed ideals such as individual liberty, progress, and rationality, believing that humanity could be improved through intellectual endeavor and the application of reason. However, as the 18th century drew to a close, a new movement began to take shape that rejected many of these Enlightenment ideals: Romanticism. Romanticism emerged as a response to the perceived limitations of Enlightenment thought, especially its emphasis on rationality and order. While the Enlightenment sought to explain the world through logic and scientific observation, Romanticism embraced the irrational, the emotional, and the mystical. Romantic artists, writers, and philosophers rejected the belief that reason alone could explain human experience or the complexities of nature. They felt that the Enlightenment's focus on rationality ignored the emotional and spiritual aspects of life, which were just as important to understanding the world. One of the key elements of Romanticism was its emphasis on individual emotion and personal expression. Romantic thinkers and artists celebrated the power of imagination, intuition, and the subjective experience of the individual. They believed that the true essence of life lay in personal feelings, the inner workings of the soul, and the dramatic fluctuations of human emotion. This was a direct challenge to the Enlightenment's rational approach, which often treated emotions as irrational and untrustworthy. Romanticism prioritized passion, spontaneity, and the sublime, the vast, awe-inspiring forces of nature that could overwhelm human senses and intellect. In literature and art, this rejection of Enlightenment ideals was reflected in works that explored the darker, more chaotic sides of human nature. Instead of celebrating progress and civilization, Romantic artists often focused on themes of isolation, rebellion, and the wild forces of nature. Nature itself was depicted not as something to be controlled and understood, but as a mysterious and powerful force that could evoke both beauty and terror. For example, in literature, writers like William Blake and Mary Shelley explored themes of human suffering, the supernatural, and the consequences of unchecked reason. In art, painters like Francisco Goya and Caspar David Friedrich used vivid, dramatic imagery to evoke intense emotional responses, often portraying scenes of violence, despair, and the awe of nature. In conclusion, Romanticism's rejection of the Enlightenment ideals was a fundamental shift in cultural thought. While the Enlightenment celebrated reason, progress, and scientific inquiry, Romanticism turned towards emotion, imagination, and the exploration of the irrational. This movement sought to capture the full range of human experience, highlighting the complex, often contradictory nature of life, and challenging the belief that reason alone could explain the mysteries of the world. Through this rejection, Romanticism helped lay the groundwork for modern art, literature, and philosophy, emphasizing the importance of personal expression and emotional depth. The works of Turner and Delacroix. J.M.W. Turner and Eugène Delacroix were two of the most significant figures in Romantic art, each pushing the boundaries of their respective mediums while exploring the emotional and dramatic potential of painting. Though their backgrounds and influences were distinct, both artists shared a passion for capturing the power and intensity of nature, human emotion, and the sublime. Their works are emblematic of Romanticism's rejection of the Enlightenment's focus on reason and order, embracing instead the chaotic, unpredictable forces of nature and the human spirit. Turner, a British painter, is perhaps best known for his groundbreaking landscapes and seascapes, which often depicted the sublime power of nature. His use of light and color was revolutionary, as he experimented with atmospheric effects to create scenes that seemed to be in constant flux. In works like The Slave Ship, 1840, Turner depicts a turbulent scene of a ship in a storm, with a vibrant and tumultuous sky filled with fiery reds and oranges. The painting not only conveys the ferocity of the natural world, but also evokes the human suffering aboard the ship, adding layers of emotional and moral weight to the scene. Turner's innovative use of light, blurring the boundaries between sky, sea, and water, prefigured the techniques of Impressionism, and his works are seen as a bridge between the Romantic and modern art movements. In contrast, Eugène Delacroix, a French painter, was known for his vivid use of color and dynamic compositions, which conveyed a sense of movement and emotion. Delacroix's work often engaged with themes of revolution, freedom, and human struggle, making him a central figure in Romantic painting. His most famous painting, Liberty Leading the People, 1830, depicts an allegorical figure of liberty leading a group of revolutionaries through the streets of Paris. The composition is filled with dramatic movement, contrasting light and shadow, and bold, expressive brushstrokes. Delacroix's depiction of liberty is not a serene, idealized figure, but a dynamic force symbolizing the chaotic energy of revolution and the passionate fight for freedom. Both Turner and Delacroix were masters of color, using it not just to represent the visible world, but to evoke emotion and create a visceral response from the viewer. Turner's ethereal, almost abstract use of light and color in his seascapes contrasts with Delacroix's bold, dynamic palettes. Yet both artists aim to express the overwhelming, uncontrollable forces of nature and human experience. Their works reflect Romanticism's fascination with the sublime, exploring the limits of human understanding and emotion. In conclusion, the works of Turner and Delacroix embody the essence of Romanticism, with their dramatic depictions of nature, human struggle, and the emotional power of color. Both artists sought to capture the intense, often chaotic forces that shape the human experience, making their contributions to art some of the most enduring and influential of the Romantic period. Through their innovative techniques and emotional depth, Turner and Delacroix paved the way for future generations of artists to explore the untamed power of the imagination. Nature as a subject of intense emotional power. During the Romantic period, nature became not only a subject of artistic representation, but a powerful tool for expressing intense human emotions. Romantic artists rejected the restrained, idealized depictions of nature common in earlier periods, and instead embraced the unpredictable, awe-inspiring, and sometimes terrifying aspects of the natural world. Nature was viewed as a reflection of the inner turmoil, passions, and struggles of the human spirit, embodying a deep connection between humans and the forces that shape existence. This approach to nature was rooted in the belief that the natural world held a transcendent power, capable of evoking profound emotional responses. Artists like J.M.W. Turner and Caspar David Friedrich used nature as a dramatic backdrop for exploring the sublime, a concept central to Romanticism that described experiences of awe, terror, and beauty in the face of overwhelming natural forces. Turner, with his tumultuous seascapes and atmospheric landscapes, portrayed nature as both beautiful and dangerous. In paintings like The Shipwreck, 1805, he captured the fury of the sea, where crashing waves and dark, swirling skies convey the immense power of nature. The dramatic contrasts between light and dark, the tumultuous clouds, and the chaotic movement of the sea create an emotional intensity that goes beyond visual representation to evoke feelings of fear, awe, and helplessness. Turner's use of color, especially his luminous, almost ethereal application of light, invites viewers to experience nature not only visually, but also emotionally, emphasizing nature's ability to stir powerful feelings of both beauty and terror. Similarly, Friedrich, a German painter, depicted nature as a reflection of human solitude, introspection, and spiritual yearning. His works, such as Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, 1818, show lone figures standing before vast mist-covered landscapes, contemplating the sublime forces of nature. The figures in Friedrich's paintings are often dwarfed by the landscapes around them, emphasizing the insignificance of humanity in the face of nature's overwhelming power. The fog, the towering mountains, and the dramatic skies all serve to evoke a sense of melancholy, mystery, and awe, reflecting the romantic belief in nature's ability to connect the viewer to deeper, often unsettling emotional truths. Nature in Romantic art was no longer a mere backdrop for human activity, but a central force that could mirror the complexity of the human condition. It symbolized the untamed, irrational forces of the world, capable of evoking both fear and admiration. Through their intense and emotional depictions of nature, Romantic artists sought to reveal a more profound, emotional truth about the human experience, one that embraced both the beauty and the terror of the world around us. In conclusion, nature as a subject of intense emotional power played a central role in Romantic art, where it was used to evoke the sublime, capture the emotional spectrum of the human experience, and explore the connection between the natural world and the inner workings of the human soul. Through dramatic compositions and the expressive use of light and color, artists conveyed the awe-inspiring, often overwhelming power of nature, making it an emotional force as potent as any human subject. The rise of individualism in art. The rise of individualism in art was a defining feature of the Renaissance and later periods, marking a shift away from anonymous collective creativity to the celebration of the artist as a unique, autonomous figure. This transformation was influenced by broader social and cultural changes, including the rise of humanism, which emphasized the value of the individual and the growing influence of the bourgeois and aristocratic classes who sought to assert their own identities through patronage of art. As artists began to gain recognition for their talents and originality, they were increasingly seen not just as craftsmen, but as intellectuals and creators capable of shaping cultural and societal narratives. One of the most significant developments in the rise of individualism in art was the elevation of the artist's role in society. In the medieval period, artists were often seen as mere technicians working under the patronage of the church or wealthy elites, creating religious works or decorative pieces. However, by the Renaissance, artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael began to gain fame and respect for their ability to combine technical skill with intellectual insight. They were no longer merely serving the needs of patrons, but were creating works that reflected their own ideas, personalities, and emotional depth. These artists sought to express their own interpretations of the world, as well as their unique vision of humanity, nature, and the divine. This shift towards individualism in art is evident in the works of the Renaissance masters, who focused on human subjects with a level of detail, expression, and complexity that had not been seen before. Michelangelo's David, for example, is not just a depiction of a biblical figure, but a deeply personal expression of human strength, emotion, and potential. The figure is imbued with a sense of psychological depth and individuality, capturing the tension and focus of the hero. Similarly, Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa presents a portrait that is not just a likeness of a woman, but a study of human expression and mystery, with the subject's enigmatic smile conveying a complex range of emotions. The rise of individualism in art was further reinforced by the growing importance of portraiture during the Renaissance and beyond. Portraits allowed individuals, particularly members of the rising middle class and the aristocracy, to assert their own identity and social status. Artists like Albrecht Dürer and Jan van Eyck became renowned for their ability to capture the distinctiveness of their subjects, giving each figure a sense of individuality that transcended the traditional static representations of the past. In the following centuries, the rise of individualism in art continued to evolve, with artists like Rembrandt and Francisco Goya exploring the psychological complexity of the human experience through self-portraits and emotionally charged works. This focus on individual expression set the stage for later movements such as Romanticism, which placed even greater emphasis on personal experience, emotion, and the unique perspective of the artist. In conclusion, the rise of individualism in art marked a crucial shift in how artists were perceived and how they approached their craft. From the Renaissance onward, art became a vehicle for personal expression and intellectual exploration, reflecting the growing importance of the individual in both society and culture. This emphasis on individualism laid the groundwork for the diverse and expressive art movements that followed, continuing to shape the way art is created and understood today. The power of symbolism in Romantic art. Symbolism played a crucial role in Romantic art, offering artists a powerful means to convey deeper emotional, intellectual, and spiritual meanings through visual imagery. The Romantic movement, which emerged in the late 18th century and flourished throughout the 19th century, was characterized by a rejection of the rationalism and order of the Enlightenment. Instead, Romantic artists embraced emotion, imagination, and the irrational, seeking to explore the complexity of human experience. In this context, symbolism became a tool for expressing abstract ideas, inner turmoil, and the connection between the individual and the vast, uncontrollable forces of nature and the universe. One of the most prominent uses of symbolism in Romantic art was its connection to nature. Artists like Caspar David Friedrich often imbued their landscapes with symbolic meaning, using elements like fog, mountains, and light to represent emotional or spiritual states. In works like Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog, the figure standing on a precipice overlooking a fog-covered landscape symbolizes the individual's struggle with isolation, contemplation, and the unknown. The vast, overwhelming scenery reflects the internal state of the viewer, emphasizing the idea that nature mirrors the emotions and experiences of humanity. Similarly, in the works of J.M.W. Turner, nature itself often becomes a symbol of chaos, power, and the sublime, evoking awe and fear through his dramatic use of light and color. Romantic symbolism also found expression in mythological and historical themes. Artists often turn to these subjects to explore human struggles, triumphs, and moral dilemmas. For instance, in Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People, the figure of liberty is not merely a person, but a symbol of revolution and the fight for freedom. She stands triumphantly over the bodies of the fallen, representing the transformative power of the people in their pursuit of justice and change. The use of allegorical figures in Romantic painting allowed artists to layer multiple meanings, connecting personal, social, and universal themes. In addition, symbolism in Romantic art often explored the darker, more mysterious aspects of life. Artists like Francisco Goya and Theodore Géricault depicted scenes that, while grounded in reality, carried deep symbolic significance. Goya's The 3rd of May, 1808, for instance, portrays the brutal execution of Spanish citizens by French soldiers, but the central figure's outstretched arms evoke the image of Christ's crucifixion, symbolizing the sacrifice and martyrdom of the common people. Similarly, Géricault's The Raft of the Medusa uses the wrecked ship and the struggle for survival as symbols of human suffering, despair, and the tragic consequences of political failure. In conclusion, symbolism was a vital tool in Romantic art, enabling artists to convey complex emotional and philosophical ideas. By imbuing their works with symbolic meaning, Romantic artists were able to evoke deep emotional responses from viewers, connecting personal experience with universal themes. The use of symbolism allowed them to explore the profound mysteries of the human condition, nature, and the divine, making Romantic art a powerful and enduring expression of the era's intellectual and emotional sensibilities. Chapter 6, Impressionism, Breaking Boundaries. Impressionism, which emerged in the late 19th century, was a revolutionary movement in art that broke with the traditions of academic painting. It was a radical departure from the meticulous detail and historical or mythological subject matter that had dominated the art world. Instead, Impressionists focused on capturing fleeting moments, light and color in ways that had never been seen before, emphasizing immediate visual impressions over carefully planned compositions. This shift marked a significant turning point in the history of art, challenging both artistic conventions and the ways in which people viewed the world around them. At the core of Impressionism was the desire to depict the world as it appeared in the present moment, often in natural settings such as gardens, streets, and outdoor scenes. The Impressionists were particularly interested in how light affected color, using vibrant hues and broken brushstrokes to capture the transient effects of sunlight, weather, and time of day. Rather than focusing on fine details or idealized forms, they aimed to convey a sense of movement and atmosphere. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas sought to capture the essence of a scene, often painting quickly to preserve the immediacy of their observations. One of the hallmarks of Impressionism was its departure from traditional techniques. Instead of using smooth, blended brushwork, Impressionists applied their paint in short, visible strokes that created a sense of texture and dynamism. This technique, known as plein air painting, involved working outdoors to directly capture the effects of natural light, a practice that contrasted with the studio-based methods of previous generations. Monet's famous series of paintings, such as Water Lilies and Impression Sunrise, exemplify this approach, where the focus is less on the subject itself and more on the changing qualities of light and color. Impression Sunrise even gave the movement its name when the art critic Louis Leroy coined the term Impressionism after viewing the painting initially as a criticism. The movement also marked a shift in subject matter. While traditional academic painting focused on historical or mythological scenes, Impressionists depicted everyday life. They painted leisure activities, urban scenes, and landscapes, offering a fresh perspective on the world around them. Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party is a prime example of how the Impressionists celebrated modern life, capturing a casual, vibrant moment shared between friends. Similarly, Degas' paintings of ballet dancers and bathers focused on the human form, using unusual perspectives and angles to challenge traditional portrayals of the body. In conclusion, Impressionism was a radical departure from the artistic traditions that preceded it, breaking boundaries by emphasizing the artist's personal interpretation of the world. By capturing the effects of light and atmosphere, using unconventional techniques and choosing modern subjects, Impressionists reshaped the landscape of art and paved the way for future movements such as Post-Impressionism and Modernism. Through their innovations, they showed that art was not just about replication, but about expressing perception and feeling, changing the course of artistic history forever. The shift from realism to capturing moments. The shift from realism to capturing moments marked a significant transformation in the way artists approached the world around them, especially during the transition from the 19th to the 20th century. While realism focused on accurately representing the world in a detailed and objective manner, the new artistic approach embraced spontaneity, emotion, and the impermanence of life. This shift was propelled by the advent of Impressionism, a movement that sought to depict the fleeting qualities of light and color rather than striving for photographic precision. Artists began to move away from rigid depictions of the physical world and focused instead on the subjective experience of the moment. Realism, as seen in the works of artists like Gustave Courbet, sought to portray everyday life with meticulous detail and accuracy. Realist artists rejected the idealized representations of the past and focused on depicting the struggles, labor, and sometimes harsh realities of modern life. Their work emphasized truthfulness and the objective portrayal of society's everyday scenes. However, by the mid-19th century, the limitations of realism became more apparent as artists began to be confined by the expectation of exact representation. They sought a new way to engage with the world around them, one that reflected the changing social and technological landscapes. Impressionism, which emerged in the 1870s, marked a radical departure from realism by prioritizing the perception of a scene over its exact representation. Rather than focusing on the details of a subject, Impressionist artists such as Claude Monet, Edgar Degas, and Pierre-Auguste Renoir sought to capture the essence of a fleeting moment. They used loose, visible brushstrokes and vibrant colors to suggest light and movement, often painting outdoors to capture the effects of natural light in real time. Monet's Impression Sunrise is a prime example, where the focus is not on precise details, but on the impression of the light and atmosphere at a specific moment. This approach emphasized the temporal, the changing nature of the world, and the subjective experience of perception. The shift from realism to capturing moments also reflected broader changes in society, particularly with the advent of photography. Photography offered a new way to capture precise, realistic images, allowing artists to move away from the need to replicate the visual world with exacting detail. Instead, artists were liberated to experiment with light, color, and movement, capturing the world in a way that reflected the constantly changing nature of modern life. In conclusion, the shift from realism to capturing moments marked a profound change in artistic priorities. Artists moved away from the painstakingly detailed depiction of reality and began to embrace the fleeting, subjective nature of human experience. This change in approach allowed for greater emotional expression and creativity, and paved the way for later movements such as Post-Impressionism and Modernism, where the perception of reality became as important as its representation. Claude Monet and the Light of the Outdoors. Claude Monet, one of the leading figures of the Impressionist movement, revolutionized the way artists approached the depiction of light, color, and the natural world. His dedication to capturing the fleeting effects of light in outdoor settings marked a departure from the traditional studio-based practices of earlier periods, as he sought to reflect the changing qualities of the world in real time. Monet's profound connection with nature and his ability to convey the subtle nuances of light are key elements in his work, and they continue to influence art today. Monet's approach to light was centered on its dynamic, ever-changing nature. He sought to portray not just a scene, but the immediate, shifting atmosphere created by the light at a particular moment in time. In his famous series of paintings, such as Water Lilies and Impression Sunrise, Monet used loose, broken brushstrokes and a vibrant, almost abstract use of color to evoke the effects of sunlight and its interaction with the environment. Rather than focusing on detailed forms, Monet's technique allowed the viewer to sense the energy and movement of light as it bounced across the surface of water, reflected on leaves, or filtered through clouds. One of Monet's most groundbreaking contributions was his use of color to capture the changing qualities of light. In traditional academic painting, color was often used to create a sense of realism, with an emphasis on exacting details and shadows. However, Monet rejected this approach, instead focusing on the interplay of light and color. He famously painted the same scene under different lighting conditions, morning, afternoon, or evening, to explore how the colors of a landscape shifted depending on the time of day and atmospheric conditions. His Rouen Cathedral series is an excellent example, where the cathedral is painted multiple times, each canvas revealing a different interpretation of light, atmosphere, and time. Monet's use of outdoor settings and his commitment to plein air painting, painting outdoors, were central to his exploration of light. Unlike many of his predecessors, who painted landscapes from memory or based on sketches made in the field, Monet worked directly in nature. This allowed him to observe firsthand the constant changes in light and color, capturing moments as they unfolded before him. His quick, spontaneous brushwork mirrored the fleeting nature of his subject matter, emphasizing the impermanence of the world around him. In conclusion, Claude Monet's work epitomized the Impressionist movement's focus on light, color, and the outdoors. By moving beyond the confines of the studio and embracing the fluidity of natural light, Monet redefined the way artists captured their surroundings. His paintings are not only records of the landscapes he saw, but also emotional responses to the constantly changing play of light, making them some of the most vibrant and influential works in art history. The role of color and brushstrokes. In Impressionist painting, the role of color and brushstrokes was paramount to creating the movement's signature style, which emphasized capturing the immediacy of a moment and the dynamic qualities of light. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas broke away from the meticulous and detailed techniques of earlier academic painting to focus on conveying the essence of a scene through the use of color and expressive brushwork. These elements were not merely technical tools, but were integral to the emotional and perceptual impact of the work. Color became a central feature of Impressionist painting, used not only to represent reality, but also to convey atmosphere, mood, and the fleeting qualities of light. Instead of adhering to the traditional use of dark tones and shadow to create depth, Impressionists embraced a more vibrant and varied palette. They applied pure, unmixed colors directly onto the canvas, allowing the viewer's eye to blend them optically from a distance. This approach allowed for a more immediate and fresh depiction of the world, as seen in Monet's Impression Sunrise, where the colors of the sky and water are applied in bold strokes of orange, pink, and blue, reflecting the vibrancy of the scene at dawn. The way in which color was applied to the canvas was equally important to the Impressionists. Brushstrokes became a key element in creating texture, movement, and the feeling of spontaneity. Artists used short, broken brushstrokes to capture the changing effects of light and the movement of air, water, and figures. This technique, known as dabbed or broken brushwork, allowed for a sense of immediacy and fluidity in the painting, as if the artist had captured a brief moment in time. In Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party, the brushstrokes are lively and energetic, creating a sense of warmth and motion within the social gathering, where both light and color interact to animate the scene. Impressionists also moved away from the tradition of using smooth and polished surfaces, instead allowing their brushstrokes to remain visible. This roughness of technique became part of the painting's expression, allowing the viewer to feel the artist's presence and the energy of the scene. The visible brushstroke was a way to emphasize the process of painting itself, rather than focusing solely on a flawless finish. By breaking down the barriers between form and execution, color and brushstrokes became not just tools for visual representation, but active participants in conveying the emotional and perceptual truths of the world. In conclusion, color and brushstrokes played a vital role in Impressionism by shifting the focus from precise detail to the immediate effects of light, movement, and atmosphere. Through their innovative use of color and expressive brushwork, Impressionist artists broke boundaries and created works that captured the transient, ever-changing nature of the world, allowing viewers to experience the scene in a more visceral, emotional way. These techniques have influenced countless artists and continue to shape modern artistic practices. The struggle for recognition in the art world. The journey to recognition in the art world has always been fraught with challenges, particularly for artists who deviated from conventional artistic norms or experimented with new techniques and ideas. Throughout history, many groundbreaking artists faced considerable resistance, rejection, and indifference, despite their talents and innovations. Whether it was the challenge of breaking away from the academic standards of the past, confronting the authority of established institutions, or simply gaining public acceptance, the struggle for recognition has been a defining aspect of the careers of many great artists. In the 19th century, artists like Claude Monet, Edgar Degas, and Vincent van Gogh exemplified the struggle for recognition within the context of the rapidly changing art world. Monet and his fellow Impressionists, for example, were initially rejected by the established art community. Their radical approach to capturing light, color, and everyday scenes was in stark contrast to the highly detailed and idealized works valued by the Academy. The Impressionists break from tradition, particularly their use of visible brushstrokes and unconventional compositions was seen as amateurish and lacking the refinement expected of serious art. Monet's iconic painting, Impression Sunrise, even gave the movement its name after a critic mocked it, yet Monet and his peers persisted, organizing independent exhibitions and slowly earning recognition from a broader public. Similarly, Vincent van Gogh, whose work today is celebrated globally, struggled for acceptance throughout his life. Van Gogh's bold use of color and expressive brushwork was not appreciated by most contemporary critics, and he faced isolation both personally and professionally. Despite being supported by his brother Theo, Van Gogh only sold a handful of paintings during his lifetime, and he was often dismissed as an outsider or a failed artist. It was only after his death that his work gained recognition, thanks in part to the efforts of artists like Paul Gauguin and the growing interest in post-impressionism. The story of struggling for recognition is not confined to the 19th century. In the 20th century, artists like Pablo Picasso and Jackson Pollock similarly faced resistance to their radical approaches. Picasso's Cubism was initially met with confusion and ridicule, and Pollock's abstract expressionism was seen as chaotic and lacking in structure. Yet both artists eventually became pivotal figures in the development of modern art, with their works reshaping the entire artistic landscape. The struggle for recognition in the art world is often tied to the tension between innovation and tradition. Artists who push boundaries or challenge the status quo must contend with both rejection and praise, as their work may be seen as either too radical or too unfamiliar to be accepted in their time. However, history has shown that many artists who initially faced adversity went on to shape the future of art, leaving a legacy that transcended the initial lack of recognition. In conclusion, the struggle for recognition in the art world has been an essential part of the evolution of art itself. Artists who dared to challenge convention often faced harsh criticism and rejection, yet their persistence and innovation led to transformative changes in artistic expression. Their work reminds us that true recognition often requires challenging established norms and confronting the prevailing tastes of the moment. Impressionism's impact on future movements. Impressionism, which emerged in the late 19th century, had a profound and lasting impact on the development of modern art. The movement's radical approach to capturing light, color, and atmosphere not only revolutionized painting at the time, but also paved the way for many future artistic movements. By breaking away from traditional techniques and subject matter, Impressionism challenged the very conventions of art, inspiring new ways of seeing and expressing the world. Its emphasis on the subjective experience, immediacy of perception, and focus on the fleeting qualities of nature influenced artists across various genres and periods, shaping the trajectory of modern art. One of the most significant ways in which Impressionism impacted future movements was through its emphasis on the use of color and light. The movement's rejection of the dark tones and meticulous blending of earlier styles in favor of brighter, more vivid colors changed the way artists approached their palettes. Instead of using color to imitate the natural world with strict accuracy, Impressionists like Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir used color to evoke mood, light, and atmosphere. This freedom with color and an emphasis on capturing the essence of a moment influenced later movements like post-impressionism, which further pushed the boundaries of color and form. Artists such as Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin adopted and expanded upon the vibrant color palettes of the Impressionists, creating more expressive and emotional uses of color that were foundational for movements like Expressionism. Impressionism also laid the groundwork for the rise of abstraction in the 20th century. The loose, broken brushwork and emphasis on the fleeting qualities of light that were central to the movement helped artists move away from realistic depictions of the world. In the early 20th century, artists like Wassily Kandinsky, who is often considered the father of abstract art, were influenced by the Impressionists' departure from detailed representation. The idea that color, form, and composition could be used to evoke an emotional response, rather than replicate reality, became central to the development of abstract art. In addition, the Impressionist movement's exploration of the subjective nature of perception and its challenge to traditional representations of space and time influenced the development of Cubism. Artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque took inspiration from the Impressionist emphasis on multiple perspectives and the breaking down of traditional visual boundaries. Rather than capturing a single moment in time, as the Impressionists did, Cubists fragmented objects and scenes into geometric forms, further pushing the limits of representation and perception. In conclusion, Impressionism's impact on future movements was both immediate and far-reaching. Its break with tradition in favor of capturing the essence of light, color, and fleeting moments sparked a new way of thinking about and experiencing art. From post-impressionism to Cubism and beyond, the lessons learned from the Impressionist movement continue to influence modern artists today. By prioritizing subjective perception over realism and embracing the impermanence of life, Impressionism helped shape the path for the ever-evolving exploration of abstract and expressive art. Chapter 7: Post-Impressionism and the Move Toward Modernism. Post-Impressionism, a movement that emerged in the late 19th century as a response to Impressionism, marked a significant shift toward the more subjective and expressive approaches that would eventually lead to modernism. While the Impressionists focused on capturing the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere, post-Impressionist artists sought to go beyond the immediate visual impression, pushing the boundaries of color, form, and symbolism to express deeper emotional and psychological truths. Figures like Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, and Georges Seurat each contributed to this evolution, each in their own unique way, and in doing so, laid the groundwork for the radical changes in art that would unfold in the 20th century. Cézanne, often referred to as the father of modern art, played a pivotal role in bridging the gap between Impressionism and the new directions of modernism. His approach to form and structure was revolutionary. He moved away from the Impressionist concern with capturing transient light and instead focused on the solid, enduring structures of nature. Through his methodical use of color and geometric shapes, Cézanne began to simplify and abstract the forms of his subjects, leading to a more analytical approach to space and perspective. This shift away from naturalistic representation toward abstraction would directly influence later movements like Cubism. Vincent van Gogh, known for his bold use of color and expressive brushstrokes, took the emotional and symbolic potential of art to new heights. Whereas the Impressionists had focused on the fleeting moments of light, Van Gogh sought to convey his inner emotional experience of the world. His thick, swirling brushstrokes and vibrant, non-naturalistic color choices, as seen in works like Starry Night, conveyed his psychological state and personal vision. Van Gogh's approach to color and his willingness to distort reality in order to evoke emotional resonance opened the door for more abstract forms of expression in modern art. Georges Seurat, with his technique of pointillism, took a more scientific approach to color and perception. By using tiny dots of pure color, Seurat sought to create optical effects and convey a sense of harmony and balance. His meticulous method of constructing an image from small color components laid the foundation for future developments in both abstraction and color theory, influencing movements like Fauvism and even the later explorations of color in abstract expressionism. Post-Impressionism as a whole represents a crucial moment in the evolution of art, where the focus shifted from the objective representation of reality to the subjective expression of inner experience. By rejecting the constraints of Impressionism and pursuing new ways to depict the world, post-Impressionist artists helped to pave the way for modernism. Their emphasis on individual perception, color, form, and emotional expression set the stage for the revolutionary artistic developments of the 20th century, including Cubism, Expressionism, and abstraction. In conclusion, the transition from post-Impressionism to modernism was marked by a radical departure from traditional representations of the world. Through their exploration of new techniques, innovative uses of color, and a focus on the emotional and symbolic content of their work, post-Impressionist artists were instrumental in the broader move toward modernism, which would ultimately transform the way art was created and understood in the 20th century. Vincent van Gogh and the emotional use of color. Vincent van Gogh is renowned not only for his vivid use of color, but also for the emotional depth that his color choices conveyed. In a time when much of art focused on realism and adherence to established techniques, Van Gogh revolutionized the use of color as a means of expressing the inner emotional state of the artist and the spiritual connection to the world. His approach was deeply personal, and his color choices were driven by an intense desire to communicate not just what he saw, but how he felt about the world around him. His expressive use of color would become one of his defining characteristics, laying the groundwork for modern art movements that prioritized emotion over representation. Van Gogh's early work, influenced by the darker tones of Dutch realism, gradually shifted toward brighter, more expressive colors, especially as he moved to Paris and encountered the work of the Impressionists. In Paris, he was exposed to the vibrant palette of artists like Claude Monet and Henri Toulouse-Lautrec, which encouraged him to embrace a more vivid approach to color. However, Van Gogh took this newfound vibrancy to new heights. Instead of using color merely to depict reality, he began to use color as a vehicle for emotional expression, allowing him to explore his inner turmoil and passions. The result was a bold, sometimes jarring palette, where color became an emotional language. One of the most famous examples of Van Gogh's emotional use of color is his painting Starry Night, where swirling blues and yellows dominate the composition. The bright, almost otherworldly yellow stars seem to pulsate with energy, set against a calming but turbulent blue sky. The stark contrast between the colors and their swirling forms not only creates a sense of movement, but also conveys Van Gogh's own feelings of isolation, wonder, and the intense emotional weight of the natural world. The piece, often seen as one of Van Gogh's most personal, reflects his inner state, with the colors mirroring his psychological turbulence. Van Gogh's use of color also carried symbolic weight. In works like The Yellow House and Sunflowers, the bold yellows represent warmth, optimism, and even the artist's longing for connection. Yet his palette was not limited to positive associations. He also used color to reflect his darker emotions. The deep reds and oranges in paintings like The Red Vineyard evoke both intensity and tension, showcasing the complexity of his emotional landscape. In conclusion, Vincent van Gogh's emotional use of color was central to his artistic voice and his ability to express inner feelings. By abandoning the naturalistic color schemes of his predecessors and embracing a more symbolic and expressive use of color, Van Gogh broke new ground in conveying emotional and psychological depth. His works not only redefined color in art, but also created a lasting influence on the way modern artists use color as a tool for emotional expression and narrative. Paul Cézanne's structural approach to form. Paul Cézanne, often referred to as the father of modern art, revolutionized the way artists approached form and structure, paving the way for the development of Cubism and other modern movements. His approach to form was grounded in the belief that nature could be broken down into basic geometric shapes, cylinders, spheres, and cones, and he sought to reflect this structural simplicity in his paintings. Cézanne's method was a radical departure from the fluid, spontaneous brushwork of the Impressionists, focusing instead on solidity, order, and the geometry underlying natural forms. Cézanne's structural approach to form is most evident in his still lifes, landscapes, and portraits, where he moved away from the traditional idea of creating a harmonious, illusionistic space. Instead of painting objects with a sense of naturalistic three-dimensionality, he emphasized their construction, using color and brush strokes to suggest the underlying geometric shapes. His still lifes, such as the basket of apples, are not just representations of fruit, but explorations of volume, perspective, and the relationship between objects in space. Cézanne's careful attention to the structure of the scene gives the objects a sense of weight and permanence, making them feel grounded in the real world, while still acknowledging the flatness of the canvas. In his landscapes, Cézanne applied his structural approach to the depiction of the natural world, often breaking down the elements of the landscape into basic shapes. In paintings like Mont Sainte-Victoire, the mountain is rendered not as a single unified form, but as a collection of planes and facets that suggest its volume and depth. Cézanne's brushstrokes, although still loose and expressive, are applied in a way that creates a sense of solidity, as if the landscape were being constructed before the viewer's eyes. The use of color also contributes to this structural vision. Cézanne often applied contrasting colors to build up depth and create a sense of harmony in the composition. Cézanne's innovative approach to form was not just a stylistic choice. It was an attempt to convey a deeper understanding of the world around him. By focusing on structure and form, he sought to capture the essence of the subject, not just its appearance. His method of painting became a way to understand the inherent order and organization of nature. This approach influenced not only later artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, who were inspired by Cézanne's use of geometric forms in their development of Cubism, but also the broader shift in art toward abstraction and the breakdown of traditional visual representation. In conclusion, Paul Cézanne's structural approach to form transformed the way artists perceived and depicted reality. His use of geometry, color, and brushstroke technique was foundational to the development of modern art, bridging the gap between Impressionism and the abstract forms that would define 20th century art. Cézanne's work challenged the conventions of perspective and representation, offering a new way of seeing and understanding the world that influenced generations of artists. Paul Gauguin and the Search for the Exotic. Paul Gauguin, one of the most influential post-impressionist artists, is best known for his quest to escape European conventions and explore the exotic in search of artistic freedom and personal fulfillment. His journey toward the exotic was not only a physical one, spending time in locations like Tahiti and the Marquesas Islands, but also a philosophical and artistic exploration that sought to challenge the norms of Western culture. Gauguin believed that by immersing himself in cultures outside of Europe, he could discover a more authentic, pure way of life, untouched by industrialization, materialism, and Western rationalism. This search for the exotic became a driving force in both his life and his work. Gauguin's time in Tahiti, beginning in 1891, marked a turning point in his artistic approach. The lush landscapes, vibrant colors, and indigenous people of the island provided a stark contrast to the rigid, industrialized society of Europe. His paintings from this period, such as Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? reflect his desire to connect with something more primal and untainted. The subjects of his paintings, often Tahitian women, local landscapes, and mythological scenes, were portrayed through a distinctive style that emphasized bold colors and symbolic representations. Gauguin was less concerned with realism than with conveying the emotional and spiritual essence of his subjects, using color and form to evoke feelings of nostalgia, mystery, and connection to a distant, idealized world. In his search for the exotic, Gauguin also sought to break free from traditional European art conventions, particularly the academic tradition that dominated the art scene in France. Influenced by the color theory of the Impressionists and the symbolic style of his contemporaries, like Vincent van Gogh, Gauguin pushed the boundaries of representation. He developed a technique that combined expressive brushwork with a simplified, almost primitive approach to form. His use of vivid, non-naturalistic colors and flat, stylized depictions of the human figure were intended to communicate emotional truths rather than create accurate depictions of the physical world. Gauguin's work became a precursor to the symbolic and Fauvist movements that followed. However, Gauguin's exploration of the exotic was not purely an artistic endeavor. It was also bound up with colonial attitudes and an idealization of non-Western cultures. Although he admired the simplicity and spirituality he perceived in Tahitian life, his works often reflected a romanticized vision of the indigenous people, ignoring the complexities and struggles of colonialism. His depictions of the exotic were not necessarily accurate representations, but rather idealized, dreamlike projections of his desires for a more authentic existence, free from the constraints of Western society. In conclusion, Paul Gauguin's search for the exotic was both a literal and symbolic journey that sought to challenge the cultural and artistic limitations of European society. His time in Tahiti and the Marquesas Islands profoundly influenced his work, which focused on color, emotion, and symbolic imagery to represent a world that he believed was pure and unspoiled by modernity. While his idealized vision of the exotic was shaped by personal and cultural biases, his innovative approach to color and form made a lasting impact on modern art, influencing later movements such as symbolism and primitivism. Georges Seurat and Pointillism. Georges Seurat, a French post-impressionist painter, is best known for developing the technique of pointillism, a method that revolutionized the way color and light were used in painting. Seurat's approach was rooted in scientific studies of color and optics, influenced by the discoveries of scientists like Michel-Eugène Chevreul and Ogden Rood. Rather than using traditional brushstrokes to blend colors on the canvas, Seurat used small, distinct dots or strokes of pure color, relying on the viewer's eye to mix the colors optically. This technique, known as pointillism or divisionism, was designed to create a greater sense of luminosity and vibrancy by placing complementary colors next to each other. Seurat's most famous work, A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of Le Grand Jatte, 1884 to 1886, exemplifies the technique. The painting depicts a serene scene of Parisians enjoying a day at the park, with every figure and object rendered in tiny, separate dots of color. At a distance, the eye blends these dots to form a cohesive, dynamic image, but up close, the viewer can see the individual dots, creating a visual rhythm and a sense of movement within the stillness of the scene. The precise, methodical application of color in pointillism allowed Seurat to capture the vibrancy of the moment while adding a layer of complexity to the viewer's perception. Seurat's innovative use of color was driven by his understanding of color theory. He believed that the juxtaposition of complementary colors would intensify the overall color experience, making the painting seem more vibrant and luminous. For example, in Le Grand Jatte, the blues and greens of the background contrast with the warm tones of the figures, enhancing the overall sense of light. This optical mixing of colors was different from the Impressionist technique of applying patches of color directly on the canvas to depict the effects of light. Seurat's method required more precision and planning, making his work more structured and systematic compared to the spontaneous style of the Impressionists. While pointillism was initially met with skepticism, Seurat's work laid the foundation for new developments in modern art, influencing future movements such as Fauvism and abstract expressionism. His approach to color and composition challenged traditional methods and opened up new possibilities for artists to explore the emotional and perceptual effects of color. In conclusion, Georges Seurat's development of pointillism was a revolutionary moment in art history. His method of applying pure, distinct dots of color to create a harmonious whole not only changed the way light and color were approached, but also demonstrated a new way of thinking about the viewer's role in the perception of art. Through his scientific approach, Seurat transformed the canvas into a dynamic, interactive experience, laying the groundwork for many of the innovations in 20th century art. The birth of modern art. The birth of modern art in the late 19th and early 20th centuries represented a radical departure from traditional artistic conventions, signaling the beginning of an era in which artists sought to break free from established norms and experiment with new forms, techniques, and ideas. This period marked a profound shift in the way artists viewed the world and their role in it, influenced by rapid social, political, and technological changes. The rise of modern art was not just about new visual styles, but about challenging the very idea of what art should represent and how it should be experienced. The roots of modern art can be traced back to movements like Impressionism, which sought to capture fleeting moments of light, color, and atmosphere. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas rejected the detailed, highly finished works of their predecessors in favor of capturing more immediate sensory experiences. Rather than focusing on the idealized subjects and perfect form of classical painting, Impressionists embraced spontaneity, painting outdoors and using quick brushstrokes to evoke the essence of a scene. This departure from realism was the first step toward the more abstract and experimental art forms that would emerge in the 20th century. In the decades that followed, other movements began to emerge, each with its own radical approach to art making. Post-Impressionism, led by artists like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Paul Gauguin, pushed beyond the limitations of Impressionism by introducing more emotional, symbolic, and abstract elements into their work. Cézanne, for example, focused on structure and form, breaking down landscapes and objects into geometric shapes, laying the groundwork for later abstract movements like Cubism. The early 20th century saw even more dramatic shifts, with the rise of movements like Fauvism, Expressionism, and Cubism. Artists like Henri Matisse and André Derain used bold, unnatural colors to express emotional intensity in the form of Fauvism, while German expressionists like Edvard Munch and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner sought to convey raw emotion through distorted figures and dramatic color contrasts. Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, fragmented objects and perspectives to depict multiple views of a subject simultaneously, further breaking the boundaries of traditional representation. The birth of modern art was also influenced by the rise of photography and the advent of industrialization. As photography began to take over the role of capturing reality, painters increasingly moved away from direct representation, seeking instead to explore abstraction, subjectivity, and the emotional experience of the viewer. In conclusion, the birth of modern art was a complex and multifaceted process that reflected a desire to break from tradition and explore new ways of seeing and interpreting the world. Modern artists rejected the conventions of the past and embraced experimentation, creating works that were not only visually innovative, but also intellectually challenging. This transformation laid the foundation for the many diverse and groundbreaking movements that would define 20th century art, from abstract expressionism to conceptual art. Chapter 8, Cubism and the Birth of Abstract Art. Cubism, developed by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque in the early 20th century, is one of the most revolutionary movements in the history of modern art. It marked the beginning of a dramatic shift away from traditional perspectives of representation, leading to the birth of abstract art. By fragmenting objects into geometric shapes and presenting multiple perspectives simultaneously, Cubism challenged conventional notions of space, form, and reality, forever altering the course of artistic expression. The roots of Cubism lie in the exploration of perception and the idea that reality can be understood in more than one way at the same time. Picasso and Braque sought to break free from the constraints of perspective and illusionism that had dominated art since the Renaissance. Instead of portraying a single fixed viewpoint of a subject, they represented objects from multiple angles within a single composition, creating a fragmented, abstracted image. The result was a more complex and dynamic representation of reality, where time and space were not linear but fluid. One of the key innovations of Cubism was the reduction of forms to basic geometric shapes, such as cubes, spheres, and cones, which became the building blocks for the composition. In works like Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, the human figure is broken down into angular, faceted planes, creating an almost sculptural effect on the canvas. The fractured, disjointed forms convey a sense of movement and multiple viewpoints, reflecting the artist's desire to capture the essence of a subject rather than its literal appearance. Cubism can be divided into two phases: analytic cubism and synthetic cubism. Analytic cubism, developed between 1908 and 1912, involved the deconstruction of objects into overlapping planes and the use of muted colors to emphasize the form rather than the subject. The complexity and abstraction of this style made it challenging for viewers to immediately identify the subject of the painting. Synthetic cubism, which emerged around 1912, was more colorful and incorporated elements like collage and mixed media. Artists began to simplify forms and introduce more recognizable shapes, emphasizing the idea of abstraction and the creative process. Cubism's impact on the art world was profound. It directly influenced the development of abstract art, as artists realized that they could communicate ideas and emotions through shape, color, and texture alone without the need for representational imagery. Movements such as Futurism, constructivism, and even surrealism were shaped by the innovations of Cubism, as artists continued to explore abstraction and the boundaries of visual representation. In conclusion, Cubism marked the birth of abstract art by deconstructing the visual world into geometric shapes and multiple perspectives. Through this innovative approach, Picasso and Braque not only broke away from traditional representations of reality, but also opened the door for the exploration of abstraction, which would dominate the art world in the decades to come. Pablo Picasso's transformative style. Pablo Picasso, one of the most influential artists of the 20th century, revolutionized the world of art with his transformative style, which continuously evolved throughout his long career. Known for his ability to break away from traditional conventions and constantly innovate, Picasso's work spanned multiple phases and movements, from his early academic training to his role in the development of Cubism and beyond. His ability to push the boundaries of form and representation challenged the very notion of what art could be, making him a key figure in the development of modern art. Picasso's early work, particularly during his Blue Period, 1901 to 1904, was marked by somber tones and emotional depth as he explored themes of poverty, loneliness, and despair. His use of monochromatic blues and melancholic subjects reflected his personal struggles and the harsh realities of life, giving his work a poignant emotional intensity. This period laid the foundation for his exploration of human vulnerability, which would continue throughout his career. The transition to his Rose Period, 1904 to 1906, saw a shift toward warmer tones, with softer pinks and earth tones replacing the deep blues of his previous work. During this time, Picasso's subject matter became more optimistic, focusing on circus performers, acrobats, and harlequins. These figures represented both human strength and fragility, continuing the exploration of the human condition, but with a more playful and whimsical approach. However, it was Picasso's collaboration with Georges Braque in the development of Cubism that marked the most groundbreaking shift in his style. In the early 20th century, Picasso and Braque sought to challenge the conventional ways of representing space, form, and perspective. They broke down objects into geometric shapes and presented multiple viewpoints within a single composition, creating fragmented, abstracted images. Works like Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, and Guernica, 1937, exemplify Picasso's ability to transform the visual world into a series of intersecting planes and shapes, moving away from naturalistic representation to an exploration of abstraction and emotion. Throughout his career, Picasso continually reinvented his style, experimenting with a variety of media, from sculpture to ceramics, and incorporating elements of surrealism and neoclassicism. His ability to adapt and transform his approach to art allowed him to remain relevant throughout his life, constantly surprising and inspiring the art world. In conclusion, Picasso's transformative style was marked by constant experimentation and a relentless drive to challenge the norms of art. From his early Blue and Rose periods to the radical innovations of Cubism and beyond, Picasso's work reshaped the landscape of modern art and continues to influence artists today. His legacy lies in his ability to transform the very language of art, making him one of the most important figures in the history of visual culture. Georges Braque's role in Cubism. Georges Braque, alongside Pablo Picasso, is widely regarded as one of the co-founders of Cubism, one of the most revolutionary movements in the history of modern art. Braque's role in Cubism was crucial, not only as a collaborator with Picasso, but also as an innovator who helped shape the movement's fundamental principles. In the early 20th century, Cubism emerged as a radical departure from traditional forms of representation, rejecting perspective, depth, and realistic portrayals of the human figure. Braque's work, particularly his focus on breaking down objects into geometric shapes and fragmented forms, helped define the visual language of Cubism, laying the foundation for much of the abstraction in modern art. Braque's early work was influenced by Impressionism and Post-Impressionism, but it was his encounter with the work of Picasso that marked the beginning of a transformative partnership. Around 1907, Braque and Picasso began to explore the ways in which objects and forms could be depicted through fragmented planes and multiple viewpoints. This collaborative effort led to the birth of analytic cubism, a phase of the movement focused on deconstructing objects into their most basic geometric forms, cubes, spheres, and cylinders, while still retaining a semblance of the object's identity. Braque's meticulous approach to breaking down perspective and form allowed him to push the boundaries of what was considered representational art. His paintings, like Violin and Candlestick, 1910, showcased the cubist's desire to present an object from different angles simultaneously, offering a multifaceted view that challenges traditional notions of space and depth. As Cubism evolved, Braque and Picasso began to move towards synthetic cubism, which introduced collage elements and simpler forms. In this phase, Braque incorporated newspaper clippings, wallpaper, and other materials into his work, emphasizing texture and surface in ways that move beyond the earlier focus on fragmented shapes. This phase of Cubism was less about the complex dissection of form and more about the arrangement and construction of objects in a flat, collage-like manner. Works such as Man with a Guitar, 1911, demonstrate Braque's ability to merge form and texture, using fragmented images and collage to create a sense of layered depth and meaning. Throughout his career, Braque remained a central figure in the Cubist movement, constantly innovating and experimenting with new techniques. His contribution to Cubism was not just in the development of style, but in the philosophical approach to how art could represent reality. Braque's exploration of abstraction, his radical break with traditional perspective, and his collaboration with Picasso helped redefine the role of the artist in the 20th century, influencing generations of modern artists and laying the groundwork for the abstract art movements that followed. In conclusion, Georges Braque's role in Cubism was integral to the development of one of modern art's most transformative movements. His collaboration with Picasso, his experimentation with fragmented forms and perspectives, and his later innovations in synthetic cubism helped to expand the boundaries of representation in art. Braque's work remains a cornerstone of modernism, showcasing the power of abstraction and the limitless possibilities of artistic expression. The theory of breaking down forms. The theory of breaking down forms is a central concept in Cubism, a revolutionary movement that emerged in the early 20th century, primarily through the work of Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. This theory, which involved deconstructing objects and scenes into geometric shapes and fragmented planes, was a radical departure from traditional methods of representation. Instead of presenting a single, unified perspective of a subject, Cubism sought to depict multiple viewpoints simultaneously, offering a more complex and dynamic understanding of reality. The theory of breaking down forms not only transformed how artists approached space and perspective, but also fundamentally reshaped the way art interacted with the viewer's perception. At the heart of this theory was the belief that reality could not be captured in a single fixed viewpoint. Instead, Cubist artists broke down the traditional illusion of depth and perspective that had dominated art since the Renaissance. By fragmenting objects into their basic geometric components, such as cubes, spheres, and cones, artists like Picasso and Braque presented subjects in a way that emphasized their multiple dimensions and perspectives. This deconstruction of form allowed the viewer to see an object not as a static, one-dimensional image, but as a dynamic, multifaceted entity. For example, in Picasso's Violin and Candlestick, 1910, the object is rendered in overlapping planes and shapes, each representing a different viewpoint. The violin and candlestick, rather than being depicted from a single perspective, are shown from various angles, creating a sense of movement and dimensionality within a flat, two-dimensional canvas. The use of fragmented shapes and multiple perspectives suggests that reality is not a singular experience, but a collection of viewpoints, impressions, and moments that together form a more complete understanding of the subject. This theory of breaking down forms also reflected the broader philosophical ideas of the time, particularly the questioning of objective reality. Just as science, particularly in the fields of physics and psychology, was beginning to explore the complexities of perception and the relativity of truth, artists were exploring similar ideas in the realm of visual representation. Cubism's abstraction was an attempt to represent the world in a way that acknowledged its complexity, shifting nature, and the multiplicity of experiences that define it. In conclusion, the theory of breaking down forms was a key element of Cubism, offering a new way of seeing the world and challenging traditional artistic conventions. By deconstructing objects into geometric shapes and presenting multiple perspectives at once, Cubist artists opened up new possibilities for abstraction and expression. This theory not only transformed art, but also influenced how artists and viewers engaged with the very nature of reality and perception. The clash between tradition and innovation. The clash between tradition and innovation is a recurring theme in the history of art, particularly in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when radical movements like Impressionism, Cubism, and Modernism sought to break free from established artistic conventions. Traditional art, grounded in academic realism, upheld values such as precise representation, perspective, and adherence to historical and mythological themes. However, with the rapid social, political, and technological changes of the time, artists began to question these conventions and push the boundaries of artistic expression. The resulting tension between the old guard of traditionalism and the avant-garde innovators created a dynamic and often contentious period in the development of art. The Impressionist movement, which emerged in the 1860s and 1870s, was one of the first major challenges to the academic art world. Artists like Claude Monet, Edgar Degas, and Pierre-Auguste Renoir rejected the meticulous, highly detailed style of academic painting in favor of capturing light, color, and everyday scenes in a more spontaneous and subjective manner. Instead of focusing on exact detail, they used loose brushstrokes and focused on the effects of light on the landscape, often painting en plein air, outdoors. The Impressionists were criticized by traditionalists for their unfinished appearance and lack of precision, but their works soon gained recognition for their innovative approach to color and composition, marking the beginning of a shift toward modern art. The challenge to tradition grew even more intense with the advent of Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque in the early 20th century. Cubism rejected the conventional perspective and realistic representation that had dominated art for centuries. Instead, Picasso and Braque deconstructed objects into geometric shapes and multiple perspectives, presenting them from several angles at once. The fragmented forms and abstracted depictions were met with fierce opposition from the art establishment, who viewed them as chaotic and incomprehensible. Yet, Cubism, along with other avant-garde movements, introduced new ways of perceiving and interpreting reality, opening the door for the abstraction and experimentation that would define much of modern art. The clash between tradition and innovation was not limited to visual representation. It extended to the very purpose of art itself. Traditional art had often been used to convey moral, religious, or political messages, while modern artists embraced the idea that art could be an expression of personal emotion, subjective experience, or formal experimentation. This ideological shift fundamentally changed the relationship between the artist, the artwork, and the viewer. In conclusion, the clash between tradition and innovation in art was a powerful force in the evolution of artistic practice. The rejection of traditional norms by movements like Impressionism and Cubism sparked intense debate and controversy, but also laid the groundwork for the artistic revolutions of the 20th century. This tension between old and new continues to shape the art world today, as each generation of artists challenges the boundaries set by their predecessors and redefines the possibilities of creative expression. Cubism's influence on other artistic movements. Cubism, which emerged in the early 20th century through the collaboration of Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, fundamentally changed the trajectory of modern art. Its radical departure from traditional perspectives and its focus on fragmented, abstracted forms challenged the conventions of representation that had dominated Western art for centuries. This break from realistic depiction had a profound influence on a range of subsequent artistic movements, sparking new ways of seeing, interpreting, and creating art. Cubism's emphasis on geometry, multiple perspectives, and abstraction resonated deeply with artists working in a variety of styles, leading to innovations in everything from surrealism to abstraction and beyond. One of the most direct influences of Cubism was on the development of abstract art. The Cubists focus on reducing objects to geometric shapes and presenting them from multiple angles helped shift the focus of art away from representing reality toward exploring the formal qualities of color, line, and shape. This move toward abstraction was taken further by artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Kazimir Malevich, who saw Cubism as an entry point into a world where art no longer had to represent the visible world at all. Kandinsky, in particular, embraced non-representational art, using color and form to evoke emotional responses rather than depict objects or figures. This idea of art as an autonomous language, free from the constraints of representation, became a cornerstone of abstract movements like Expressionism and later, Abstract Expressionism. Cubism also had a significant impact on Futurism, an Italian avant-garde movement that emerged around the same time as Cubism. While Cubism focused on static, fragmented views of objects, Futurism sought to capture the dynamic energy of modern life, especially speed, movement, and the energy of machines. However, both movements shared an interest in breaking from traditional perspective and portraying subjects in a more fragmented and abstract manner. Artists like Umberto Boccioni, in works such as Unique Forms of Continuity in Space, adopted Cubist techniques to express motion and fluidity, transforming the static geometric shapes of Cubism into representations of dynamic energy. Surrealism, which arose in the 1920s under the influence of André Breton and Salvador Dalí, was also shaped by Cubism's exploration of the unconscious and the fragmented nature of perception. Though surrealists were more focused on the dreamlike, irrational aspects of human experience, they borrowed the idea of breaking down objects into disjointed, abstract components. Dali's use of fragmented forms and distorted space in works like The Persistence of Memory echoes the Cubist focus on deconstructing reality and reassembling it in new ways. In conclusion, Cubism's influence on later artistic movements cannot be overstated. By questioning traditional modes of representation and pushing the boundaries of abstraction, Cubism opened up new possibilities for artists to explore different facets of reality, emotion, and perception. Its impact on movements such as abstract art, Futurism, and Surrealism helped redefine the role of art in the modern era, and its legacy continues to shape contemporary art today. Chapter 9, Surrealism, Dreams and the Unconscious. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, was one of the most provocative and innovative movements in the history of modern art. Rooted in the exploration of the unconscious mind, dreams, and irrationality, Surrealism sought to break free from the constraints of logic and reason, allowing artists to tap into deeper, often hidden psychological realms. The movement, led by figures such as André Breton, Salvador Dalí, René Magritte, and Max Ernst, was influenced by the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, which emphasized the significance of dreams and unconscious desires in shaping human behavior and thought. At its core, Surrealism aimed to challenge conventional views of reality by presenting scenes that combined dreamlike elements with familiar objects, often in absurd or irrational ways. The movement's emphasis on the subconscious mind led artists to explore techniques such as automatism, where the artist would allow their hand to move freely across the canvas without premeditated thought, tapping into the unconscious flow of images. This approach gave rise to bizarre, fantastical compositions, like those seen in Dali's The Persistence of Memory, where melting clocks drape over distorted landscapes, symbolizing the fluidity and unreliability of time. Dali's dreamscapes, filled with surreal imagery, evoke a sense of disorientation and mystery, reflecting the artist's desire to create a visual language for the unconscious mind. In addition to using dreams as a source of inspiration, surrealist artists often sought to blur the line between reality and fantasy. René Magritte's The Treachery of Images is a perfect example of this, featuring an image of a pipe with the caption, Ceci n'est pas une pipe. This is not a pipe, challenging the viewer's assumptions about representation and reality. By drawing attention to the gap between what we see and what we understand, Magritte invited us to question the nature of perception itself, a theme central to surrealism. Surrealism also extended beyond the canvas into other forms of artistic expression, such as literature, film, and photography. Filmmakers like Luis Buñuel and artists like Man Ray used surrealist techniques to create works that defied logic and narrative structure. The movement's influence reached into popular culture, shaping everything from fashion to advertising, as the allure of the unconscious mind and the strange logic of dreams captured the imagination of the masses. In conclusion, surrealism was a groundbreaking movement that sought to unlock the power of the unconscious and explore the irrational aspects of human experience. By embracing the bizarre, the dreamlike, and the illogical, surrealist artists created a new visual language that was both deeply personal and universally resonant. The movement's impact on the art world and beyond has been lasting, continuing to inspire contemporary artists and thinkers to explore the complexities of the human psyche and the mysteries of the subconscious. Sigmund Freud's influence on art. Sigmund Freud, the pioneering Austrian neurologist and founder of psychoanalysis, had a profound impact on the development of modern art, particularly in the early 20th century. Freud's theories of the unconscious mind, dreams, repression, and the role of sexuality in human development resonated deeply with artists, offering new ways to explore the complexities of human behavior and emotion. As artists sought to break free from traditional forms and explore the depths of the subconscious, Freud's ideas provided a framework for understanding the underlying motivations behind creative expression and the hidden forces that shape our perceptions of reality. One of Freud's most significant contributions to art was his theory of the unconscious, which posited that much of human behavior and thought is driven by repressed desires, fears, and unresolved conflicts. Freud believed that dreams, fantasies, and slips of the tongue were direct expressions of unconscious material. This idea resonated with the surrealists, who sought to bring the unconscious to the forefront of their art. Influenced by Freud's work, artists like Salvador Dali, Max Ernst, and René Magritte used dream imagery, symbolic representations, and bizarre, irrational juxtapositions to express what lay beneath the surface of the conscious mind. Dali, for example, famously employed Freud's ideas in his paintings, with works like The Persistence of Memory, where time is distorted in a dreamlike landscape, symbolizing the fluidity and unreliability of our perceptions. Freud's emphasis on the importance of dreams also led artists to embrace dreamlike imagery and automatic techniques to bypass rational thought. In painting, this was often reflected in the use of spontaneous, subconscious mark-making, as artists allowed their minds to wander freely and express unconscious thoughts and desires. The Surrealists, particularly André Breton, saw Freud's work as a gateway to unlock the deepest corners of the human psyche, and they believed that by tapping into these repressed emotions and memories, they could access a more authentic form of creative expression. Moreover, Freud's theories on sexuality and repression deeply influenced artists' exploration of taboo subjects. His ideas about the sexual drive, libido, and its influence on the human psyche challenged prevailing moralities and opened up new territories for artistic exploration. Artists like Egon Schiele and Pablo Picasso explored themes of sexuality, desire, and human intimacy, often pushing the boundaries of decency to provoke the viewer and examine the unconscious forces that shape human relationships and identity. In conclusion, Sigmund Freud's theories had a lasting impact on art, particularly in the development of modern movements like Surrealism, Expressionism, and Dada. By providing artists with a deeper understanding of the unconscious mind and its role in shaping creativity, Freud's work opened up new ways of seeing and representing the world. His influence continues to be felt today, as artists and theorists alike continue to explore the complexities of the unconscious in art and human experience. Salvador Dali's iconic imagery. Salvador Dali, one of the most prominent figures of the Surrealist movement, is known for his striking and often bizarre imagery that challenges the viewer's perceptions of reality. Dali's work is a unique blend of meticulous craftsmanship, dreamlike landscapes, and symbolic motifs, creating a world where the boundaries between the conscious and unconscious, reality and fantasy, are deliberately blurred. His paintings often combine elements of the absurd with the familiar, inviting viewers to explore the complexities of the human psyche and the irrational forces that govern our thoughts and desires. One of Dali's most iconic images is the motif of melting clocks, first seen in his famous painting, The Persistence of Memory, 1931. The image of soft, distorted clocks draped over tree branches, rocks, and other objects has become one of Dali's most enduring symbols. The melting clocks suggest a fluidity of time, a concept central to Dali's exploration of the unconscious and the dream world. Time, in the surrealist context, is no longer rigid or linear, but something malleable and subjective, reflecting the distortions and fluidity of the dream state. The clocks in Dali's work symbolize the collapse of logical order, a key element of surrealist thought. Another recurring theme in Dali's imagery is the juxtaposition of the natural and the unnatural, often achieved through the transformation of everyday objects into strange and unsettling forms. In The Great Masturbator, 1929, Dali combines distorted human faces with dreamlike imagery, creating an unsettling atmosphere that blurs the line between desire and anxiety. The distorted, exaggerated features of the figures in his work serve as a visual representation of the unconscious mind, where repressed desires, fears, and memories emerge in warped symbolic forms. Dali also frequently used the image of the ant, a symbol of decay and death, which often appears in his works, such as The Ants, 1928. The ants, crawling over human forms or objects, symbolize the inevitability of decay and the presence of death in the everyday. The insect imagery, combined with Dali's precise, almost photographic technique, amplifies the sense of unease in his work and reflects his fascination with the macabre and the fleeting nature of existence. Dali's imagery was deeply influenced by his interest in Freudian psychoanalysis, and his works often explore themes of sexual desire, repression, and the unconscious mind. His hyper-realistic painting style, combined with dreamlike, irrational subject matter, creates a visual experience that forces the viewer to confront the strange and irrational workings of the mind. In conclusion, Salvador Dali's iconic imagery is a hallmark of surrealism, combining precision, symbolism, and irrationality in a way that challenges conventional perceptions of reality. Through his dreamlike landscapes, distorted figures, and symbolic motifs, Dali created a world where the unconscious mind and reality collide, inviting viewers to explore the depths of their own psyches. His work remains an enduring influence in the art world, continuing to inspire both artists and viewers to question the boundaries of the visible and the invisible. The role of dreams and subconscious thought. The role of dreams and subconscious thought in art, particularly within movements like Surrealism, has been a significant force in shaping how artists approach creativity and expression. Rooted in the theories of Sigmund Freud, who proposed that much of human behavior is influenced by unconscious desires and repressed memories, Surrealist artists sought to delve into the hidden realms of the mind. They believed that by accessing dreams and subconscious thoughts, they could free themselves from the constraints of rationality and tap into a deeper, more authentic form of artistic expression. Dreams, in particular, became a central theme in Surrealist art. Unlike earlier art movements that aimed to capture external reality, Surrealism embraced the irrational, fantastical, and often contradictory nature of dreams. Surrealist artists like Salvador Dali, René Magritte, and Max Ernst were influenced by Freud's idea that dreams were direct expressions of the unconscious mind, revealing repressed desires, fears, and unresolved conflicts. By painting dreamlike scenes that defied logic, Surrealists aimed to break free from conventional ways of seeing and interpreting the world, presenting a more visceral, unfiltered view of human experience. Dali's The Persistence of Memory, with its melting clocks and distorted landscape, is a prime example of how the dream world can be used to evoke a sense of timelessness, fluidity, and chaos, suggesting that time itself can be a malleable and subjective experience in the realm of the unconscious. Subconscious thought also played a vital role in the creative process for Surrealist artists, many of whom employed techniques like automatic writing and drawing to access their unconscious minds. These methods allowed the artists to bypass their rational minds and allow their hands or words to move freely, producing images and words that were uninhibited by logical thought. André Breton, the leader of the Surrealist movement, argued that this kind of automatic process would reveal the pure essence of the mind, untainted by conscious control or societal norms. The resulting artworks often contained symbols and juxtapositions that could not be explained through reason alone, reflecting the unpredictable nature of the unconscious mind. Incorporating dreams and subconscious thought into art allowed artists to explore the depths of human emotion and experience in ways that had not been possible before. These works often defied traditional notions of beauty, reality, and meaning, offering instead a glimpse into the complex, multifaceted world of the mind. The abstract, strange imagery found in Surrealist art continues to resonate with viewers, as it encourages them to question their own perceptions of reality and the hidden forces that influence their thoughts and behaviors. In conclusion, the role of dreams and subconscious thought in art has been integral to the development of modern and contemporary art movements like Surrealism. By embracing the irrational and unconscious, artists have been able to create works that challenge traditional forms of representation, offering deeper insights into the complexities of the human psyche and the often unexplored realms of the mind. Through these artistic explorations, viewers are invited to engage with the mysteries of their own consciousness and to reconsider the boundaries between reality, dreams, and imagination. André Breton and the foundation of Surrealism. André Breton, often referred to as the father of Surrealism, played a central role in the formation and development of the Surrealist movement in the early 20th century. A French writer and poet, Breton was deeply influenced by the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud and the revolutionary ideas of Karl Marx, both of which explored the unconscious mind and its power to shape human thought and behavior. Surrealism, as defined by Breton, was an artistic and literary movement that sought to liberate the imagination from the constraints of reason and logic. It aimed to explore the unconscious, dreams, and the irrational, presenting a world of pure freedom and creativity that existed beyond the boundaries of everyday life. Breton's manifesto, the Surrealist Manifesto, 1924, laid the intellectual foundation for the movement, defining Surrealism as an attempt to reconcile the conscious and unconscious realms of the mind. For Breton, Surrealism was not simply an art form but a way of living, an exploration of how the subconscious could be harnessed to break free from the constraints imposed by society, rationality, and tradition. He believed that by tapping into the unconscious through dreams, automatic writing, and other techniques, artists and writers could access a deeper, more authentic reality that transcended the limitations of the logical mind. Under Breton's leadership, Surrealism became a radical movement that influenced various artistic disciplines, including painting, literature, film, and photography. Surrealist artists such as Salvador Dali, René Magritte, Max Ernst, and Joan Miro embraced the ideas outlined in Breton's manifesto, incorporating dreamlike imagery, unexpected juxtapositions, and symbolic elements into their work. These artists sought to reveal the hidden truths of the human experience by representing the unconscious mind through spontaneous, irrational, and often absurd visuals. Breton encouraged artists to embrace automatic techniques, methods of creating without conscious control, such as automatic writing or drawing, allowing the subconscious to dictate the form and content of the artwork. Breton's impact on surrealism extended beyond his own writings and theoretical contributions. As the movement's central figure, he acted as a guiding force, bringing together like-minded artists and writers and ensuring that surrealism maintained its focus on revolutionizing art and society. His leadership fostered a sense of collective creativity, with surrealism becoming a dynamic and evolving force that aimed to challenge the status quo and push the boundaries of artistic expression. In conclusion, André Breton's foundation of surrealism was a turning point in the history of modern art. Through his exploration of the unconscious mind and his advocacy for the irrational and the dreamlike, Breton helped create a movement that would profoundly influence not just art, but also literature, film, and culture. Surrealism's emphasis on freedom, spontaneity, and imagination continues to resonate today, encouraging a deeper exploration of the human psyche and the mysteries that lie beyond the surface of reality. The blending of fantasy and reality. The blending of fantasy and reality is a central theme in many of the most significant movements in modern art, especially surrealism. Artists of the early 20th century, seeking to break free from the constraints of traditional representation, began to explore the boundaries between the real and the imagined, often fusing them together in ways that challenged viewers' perceptions of both. This interplay between fantasy and reality allows for the exploration of deeper psychological, emotional, and existential themes, creating works that resonate on both a conscious and subconscious level. One of the driving forces behind the blending of fantasy and reality in art was the rise of psychoanalysis, particularly the theories of Sigmund Freud. Freud's ideas about the unconscious mind, dreams, and repressed desires offered artists a way to engage with psychological realities that were often hidden from the surface of consciousness. Surrealist artists, under the leadership of André Breton, sought to depict the inner workings of the mind, often using dreamlike imagery and illogical, fantastical combinations of objects to represent the irrational and subconscious. Salvador Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, for instance, uses the image of melting clocks draped across a barren landscape to suggest a distortion of time and reality, while also evoking a sense of dreamlike unreality. The juxtaposition of the familiar with the fantastical in this painting creates an eerie tension between what is real and what is imagined, drawing the viewer into a world where the rules of logic and perception are suspended. The blending of fantasy and reality also allows for a more subjective exploration of experience, where artists can use the imagination to transcend the limitations of the physical world. This is seen in the work of artists like René Magritte, whose The Son of Man, 1964, places a man with a bowler hat in a conventional setting, but obscures his face with a floating apple, challenging the viewer's expectations of reality. The surrealist blending of the mundane with the impossible invites viewers to question their assumptions about the nature of reality and the limits of perception. This blending is not confined to surrealism alone. It has influenced countless other art movements, including magic realism, abstract expressionism, and even contemporary art. Artists continue to explore this tension between the real and the imaginary, allowing for a deeper investigation of human experience, emotion, and imagination. By fusing the tangible with the fantastical, art becomes a vehicle for exploring the subconscious, offering insights into the complexity of the human mind and the many layers of reality that exist beneath the surface. In conclusion, the blending of fantasy and reality has become a hallmark of modern and contemporary art. By combining elements of the real world with imaginative, dreamlike qualities, artists create works that both challenge and expand our understanding of the world. Through this fusion, art can express the complexity of human experience, bringing together the rational and the irrational, the conscious and the unconscious, to create new, multifaceted realities. Chapter 10, Expressionism, the Power of Emotional Intensity. Expressionism, an art movement that developed in the early 20th century, sought to prioritize emotional experience over physical reality. Emerging as a response to the societal turmoil of the time, such as industrialization, urbanization, and the aftermath of war, Expressionism rejected the calm rationality of earlier movements like Impressionism and Realism, opting instead to convey raw, often distorted emotional states through bold colors, exaggerated forms, and dynamic compositions. Its goal was not to depict the world as it appeared, but rather to express the artist's inner emotional response to that world, reflecting a heightened sense of personal and collective angst. At the core of Expressionism was the idea that art should not simply represent reality, but reveal deeper truths about the human condition. Artists like Edvard Munch, Egon Schiele, and Wassily Kandinsky embraced this philosophy, using distortion and abstraction as tools to convey intense psychological and emotional experiences. Munch's The Scream, 1893, perhaps the most iconic example of expressionist art, epitomizes this focus on emotional intensity. The figure in the painting, with its agonized expression and swirling chaotic landscape, seems to embody the universal anxiety and fear of the modern world. The exaggerated, almost nightmarish quality of the figure captures the inner turmoil that Munch sought to convey, emphasizing how emotional states could be communicated through distorted, non-realistic imagery. Similarly, Egon Schiele's works often feature contorted, sometimes grotesque figures that convey deep psychological tension. Schiele's use of distorted bodies and sharp, angular lines suggests a sense of emotional unease, exploring themes of desire, alienation, and death. His work reflected a world in which the human experience was not linear or calm, but filled with inner conflict and intensity. This focus on emotional truth over physical accuracy became one of the defining characteristics of Expressionism. Wassily Kandinsky, on the other hand, took the idea of emotional expression even further by abstracting the human form entirely. His works, such as Composition 7, 1913, are filled with bold, non-representational forms and vibrant colors, aiming to evoke an emotional response from the viewer without the need for recognizable subjects. Kandinsky believed that color and form could directly impact the viewer's emotions, creating an experience that was both spiritual and sensory. His work demonstrated that emotional intensity could be conveyed through pure abstraction, moving away from representational images toward a universal language of color and form. In conclusion, Expressionism was a movement that focused on conveying the emotional intensity of the human experience. By distorting forms, using bold colors, and rejecting realistic representation, Expressionist artists aimed to communicate deep psychological truths about the modern world. Their work emphasized the power of emotion over rationality, offering a raw and unfiltered view of the struggles, desires, and fears that shape the human experience. Through its revolutionary approach to color, form, and subject matter, Expressionism laid the groundwork for many of the developments in modern art that followed, including abstract expressionism and other forms of abstraction. The emotional impact of color and form. The emotional impact of color and form in art has been a critical element in how artists communicate feelings, moods, and psychological states. Throughout the history of art, the use of color and the manipulation of form have served not only as tools for visual representation, but also as powerful means for evoking emotional responses from the viewer. Whether through the intense, bold hues of expressionism or the careful balance of shapes in minimalism, the emotional resonance of color and form allows art to move beyond mere representation to tap into deeper, more visceral layers of experience. Color, in particular, plays a central role in the emotional tone of an artwork. Artists have long understood the psychological effects of color. Bright, warm colors like red, yellow, and orange tend to evoke feelings of energy, passion, and warmth, while cooler colors like blue, green, and purple can create a sense of calm, melancholy, or detachment. The emotional power of color is evident in the work of expressionist painters like Edvard Munch, whose use of vivid reds and yellows in the Scream conveys a heightened sense of anxiety and despair. Similarly, in the work of Wassily Kandinsky, color was used not only to convey emotion, but also to suggest spiritual and psychological states. Kandinsky believed that each color had its own emotional resonance, and he used them in bold, often jarring combinations to create a dynamic, emotional experience for the viewer. In addition to color, form plays an equally important role in shaping the emotional impact of a work. The use of distorted, exaggerated, or simplified shapes can affect how the viewer interprets the emotional content of an artwork. In the work of artists like Egon Schiele, distorted, angular forms reflect psychological unease, capturing the tension and turmoil of human existence. The figures in Schiele's paintings often appear to be contorted or in an unnatural pose, emphasizing emotional tension and highlighting the fragility and vulnerability of the human body and spirit. The abstraction of the human figure, as seen in the works of Picasso and other modernists, also allows for the emotional expression of inner states, free from the constraints of realistic representation. The emotional impact of color and form is also explored in the realm of abstraction, where artists intentionally eschew recognizable subject matter in favor of creating compositions that are purely about visual experience. Abstract artists like Mark Rothko used color fields and large, soft forms to elicit specific emotional responses, with his paintings often aiming to evoke feelings of transcendence, isolation, or introspection. Through his use of color and the emotional weight it carries, Rothko's works challenge the viewer to confront their own emotional landscape. In conclusion, the emotional impact of color and form in art is a fundamental aspect of how we experience and interpret visual art. Both elements have the power to evoke complex emotions, from joy and tranquility to anxiety and despair, allowing artists to communicate deeper layers of meaning and feeling. Whether through the dynamic use of color, the manipulation of form, or a combination of both, the emotional resonance of art invites viewers to connect with the artist's inner world and, in turn, explore their own emotional responses. Edvard Munch and the Scream. Edvard Munch's The Scream, 1893, is one of the most iconic and widely recognized images in the history of art. The painting encapsulates the emotional intensity and existential dread that became central themes in Munch's work and in the broader Expressionist movement. Through its striking use of color, form, and symbolism, The Scream conveys a powerful and universal emotional experience that resonates with viewers on a deeply psychological level. In The Scream, Munch presents a central figure standing on a bridge, hands pressed to its face in a gesture of horror or anguish, with a distorted, open-mouthed expression. The figure is set against a turbulent, swirling sky painted in bold oranges, reds, and yellows, which seem to ripple with energy. The background is a nightmarish blend of color and form, mirroring the emotional chaos of the central figure. This exaggerated, almost surreal use of color and distortion captures the intense psychological and emotional state of the figure, as well as the atmosphere of unease and anxiety. Munch uses the vivid colors of the sky to evoke a sense of impending doom, suggesting that the world itself is echoing the inner turmoil of the figure. The swirling forms in The Scream are not only visually striking, but are also loaded with symbolic meaning. The landscape surrounding the figure is not a realistic portrayal of nature, but a distorted reflection of the subject's internal state. The curving lines of the sky and water, as well as the bending forms of the figure, create a sense of disintegration and instability, reinforcing the idea that the emotional experience being depicted is one of alienation and existential fear. The figure itself is abstracted, with its ambiguous, almost skeletal form enhancing the sense of isolation and disconnection from the world. Munch's use of the scream as an expression of existential anguish is deeply connected to the broader themes of modernism and the anxieties of the late 19th century. The painting reflects the growing sense of alienation and disillusionment that many people felt as industrialization, urbanization, and scientific advancements began to reshape society. It can be interpreted as a representation of the anxiety and alienation that come from living in a rapidly changing, increasingly impersonal world. In conclusion, the scream remains a profound and enduring symbol of human anxiety and emotional intensity. Through his use of color, form, and symbolic imagery, Munch created a powerful expression of the inner turmoil and existential dread that characterized much of modern life. The painting continues to resonate with viewers, reminding us of the vulnerability, fear, and uncertainty that lie at the heart of the human experience. The German Expressionists and Social Criticism. The German Expressionists, active in the early 20th century, used art as a vehicle for social criticism, responding to the rapid industrialization, political upheaval, and social alienation that characterized the era. Emerging during a time of intense societal change, German Expressionism was marked by a raw, emotional style that sought to reveal the inner psychological struggles of individuals and expose the darker aspects of society. The movement rejected the rationality and idealized representations of the past, opting instead for distorted forms, vivid colors, and unsettling imagery to reflect the turmoil and anxieties of the modern world. The artists of the German Expressionist movement, including members of the Die Brücke, the Bridge, and Der Blaue Reiter, the Blue Rider, groups, were deeply concerned with the negative impacts of industrialization and urbanization on the human spirit. They believed that the mechanization of life was dehumanizing, and that the rapid growth of cities had led to social isolation and moral decay. This sense of alienation is reflected in their work, where the human figure is often distorted or exaggerated, conveying a sense of emotional and psychological distress. The Expressionists sought to capture the anguish, anxiety, and frustration felt by individuals in a world that seemed increasingly fragmented and impersonal. A key example of this social criticism can be seen in the work of Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, one of the founding members of Die Brücke. In paintings like Street, Berlin, 1913, Kirchner presents an urban scene where the figures appear disjointed and alienated, their faces distorted, and their bodies fragmented. The bright, jarring colors and the sharp, angular forms amplify the sense of emotional disconnection, capturing the alienation of modern city life. The distorted figures reflect the artist's concerns about the loss of individuality in an increasingly mechanized and anonymous society. Edvard Munch, although not strictly a German expressionist, also influenced the movement with his themes of psychological torment and social criticism. His iconic work, The Scream, 1893, depicts the universal human experience of anxiety and alienation, and it became emblematic of the existential concerns that were central to Expressionism. Munch's exploration of the human condition and the anxieties of modern life resonated deeply with the German Expressionists, who similarly sought to address the alienation and emotional conflict experienced by individuals in a rapidly changing world. In conclusion, the German Expressionists used their art to critique the social, political, and economic conditions of their time. Through emotionally intense and often disturbing imagery, they highlighted the struggles of individuals in a world that seemed increasingly fragmented and oppressive. Their focus on the psychological and emotional aspects of human experience, combined with their bold approach to color and form, made German Expressionism a powerful form of social commentary and one of the most influential movements in modern art. the role of fear, anxiety, and alienation. Fear, anxiety, and alienation have been central themes in the art of the modern era, particularly in movements such as Expressionism and Surrealism, where artists sought to confront the psychological and emotional turmoil that defined the human condition in an increasingly complex and rapidly changing world. These feelings, once deeply personal, became universal symbols that reflected the disillusionment and existential struggles of individuals in the face of societal upheaval, industrialization, and the uncertainties of the modern age. Expressionist artists, in particular, sought to convey the inner emotional world of their subjects, often using distortion, exaggeration, and vivid color to evoke feelings of fear and anxiety. The human form in expressionist art is frequently fragmented or contorted, reflecting not only physical suffering, but also psychological distress. Edvard Munch's The Scream, 1893, is perhaps the most iconic example of this, with its distorted figure screaming against a backdrop of swirling, chaotic color. The figure's open mouth and wide eyes convey a visceral sense of terror and helplessness, while the tumultuous sky suggests that this fear is not just personal, but existential, echoing the emotional instability of the modern world. Munch's work captures the essence of anxiety, making it not only a personal experience, but a reflection of broader societal unease. Similarly, in the wake of World War I and the rise of industrial society, many artists in the early 20th century began to grapple with feelings of alienation. As urbanization and mechanization advanced, traditional ways of life were disrupted, leading to a profound sense of disconnection from others and from the environment. This sense of alienation is seen in the works of German expressionists like Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, who portrayed figures in alienating urban settings, detached from their surroundings, and often trapped in a sense of internal conflict. The bright, harsh colors and distorted forms in his paintings emphasize the emotional distance and psychological struggle of modern life, where individuals seem to be isolated from one another, lost in a world that lacks meaning or connection. In Surrealism, fear, anxiety, and alienation were explored through dream imagery and symbolic representations of the unconscious mind. Salvador Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, for instance, presents a surreal, disorienting landscape where time seems to collapse and the familiar becomes strange. This unsettling environment evokes a sense of anxiety and instability, suggesting that the rules of reality no longer apply. Surrealists use the unconscious to unlock these deep-seated fears, revealing the irrational and often disturbing thoughts lurking beneath the surface of everyday consciousness. In conclusion, fear, anxiety, and alienation became central themes in modern art as artists sought to express the emotional and psychological turmoil that accompanied the rapid changes in society. By confronting these powerful feelings through distorted forms, symbolic imagery, and vivid colors, artists created works that not only reflected their inner struggles, but also resonated with the universal experience of disconnection, fear, and existential anxiety. These themes continue to shape contemporary art as artists explore the emotional complexity of the human experience in an ever-changing world. Expressionism's lasting legacy in modern art. Expressionism, a movement that emerged in the early 20th century, radically transformed the landscape of modern art. This revolutionary style, characterized by distorted forms, vivid colors, and emotional intensity, challenged traditional artistic conventions and sought to express the artist's subjective experience rather than objective reality. At its core, Expressionism aimed to convey deep emotional and psychological states, often reflecting anxiety, alienation, and inner turmoil, themes that resonated in a world undergoing profound changes. The movement took root in Germany, with artists like Edvard Munch, Wassily Kandinsky, and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner leading the charge. Munch's iconic painting The Scream is perhaps the most famous example of expressionist work, depicting a figure overwhelmed by existential dread and isolation. This kind of raw emotional power became a hallmark of expressionist art, encouraging subsequent generations to delve into the darker and more personal aspects of the human condition. Rather than capturing the external world, expressionist artists use their medium to explore the internal, showcasing intense and often disquieting emotions. One of Expressionism's key contributions to modern art was the development of abstraction. Kandinsky, for example, moved away from representation entirely, using shapes, lines, and color to evoke emotion. His work influenced later abstract movements, including abstract expressionism, where artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko would take these ideas even further, exploring spontaneous creativity and the expression of feeling through non-representational forms. The impact of Expressionism extended beyond painting, influencing literature, theater, film, and architecture. German Expressionist cinema, with films like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari and Nosferatu, mirrored the same sense of distorted reality and emotional disarray. These works reflected the growing uncertainty of the modern world, where traditional certainties were being shattered by war, industrialization, and rapid social change. The angular, often unsettling visuals of Expressionist cinema would go on to inspire countless filmmakers, including the German New Wave and even contemporary directors such as Tim Burton. The legacy of Expressionism is undeniable in the development of modern and contemporary art. Its emphasis on emotional depth, the exploration of the subconscious, and the rejection of established norms paved the way for many movements that followed. Today, artists continue to draw on the themes of Expressionism, whether in their exploration of psychological states, their use of color and abstraction, or their focus on subjective rather than objective reality. Expressionism remains a crucial chapter in the story of modern art, shaping the way artists approach their work and the world around them. Chapter 11: Abstract Expressionism and the Rise of the American Artist. Abstract Expressionism, a movement that flourished in the United States during the mid-20th century, marked a pivotal moment in the history of modern art. Emerging after World War II, it broke with traditional artistic forms and turned away from representational imagery, focusing instead on the expression of emotion through abstraction. This shift reflected broader cultural changes, particularly in post-war America, where there was a desire for innovation, freedom, and personal expression. Abstract Expressionism placed the emphasis on the artist's individual experience, allowing the medium itself to convey meaning. Central to Abstract Expressionism was the idea that art could be a direct reflection of the artist's inner emotional state, a departure from the classical pursuit of beauty or representation. The movement saw the rise of artists such as Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, and Mark Rothko, who became the faces of this new wave. Pollock, with his signature drip paintings, transformed the act of painting into a physical performance. His works, filled with chaotic energy and unrestrained movement, embodied the rawness and emotional intensity that characterized abstract expressionism. Meanwhile, Rothko's large, luminous color fields evoked meditative, almost spiritual experiences, emphasizing emotional depth through the subtle interplay of color. For many artists, abstract expressionism represented both a personal and cultural liberation. In the wake of the war, the United States emerged as a dominant global power, and New York City, particularly, became the epicenter of the art world, taking the reins from Paris. The movement's rise coincided with the growing recognition of American artists on the global stage, as they shifted the center of artistic influence from Europe to the U.S. Abstract expressionism became not just a style, but a symbol of American freedom, individuality, and innovation. The movement also ushered in a new approach to the creative process. Artists sought to free themselves from traditional constraints, working with unconventional techniques, tools, and materials. The gestural aspect of abstract expressionism allowed artists to engage with their medium in spontaneous, improvisational ways. This focus on process rather than product influenced later art movements such as minimalism and conceptual art. The legacy of abstract expressionism endures today in many aspects of contemporary art. Its emphasis on personal expression, spontaneity, and the exploration of emotion laid the groundwork for subsequent generations of artists. As the movement's impact spread globally, it solidified the idea that art was a powerful means of individual and cultural expression, paving the way for the diverse and dynamic art world we know today. Jackson Pollock and action painting. Jackson Pollock, one of the most prominent figures in abstract expressionism, revolutionized the world of art with his groundbreaking technique known as action painting. Pollock's approach was a radical departure from traditional methods, as he sought to express emotion and energy through spontaneous, gestural marks. Action painting, as it came to be called, emphasized the physical act of painting itself, making the process an integral part of the artwork. Pollock's iconic drip paintings, in particular, became synonymous with this movement, pushing the boundaries of what art could be and how it could be experienced. Pollock's technique involved laying large canvases on the floor, allowing him to approach the painting from all angles. This method broke away from the traditional easel painting, where artists worked in a more controlled and restrained manner. Pollock would drip, pour, and fling paint onto the canvas, using brushes, sticks, and even his hands to create spontaneous, energetic compositions. The result was an intense visual field that conveyed a sense of motion and emotion, where the viewer could feel the artist's physical presence and the act of creation itself. At the heart of Pollock's work was the idea of channeling unconscious impulses into his art. Influenced by surrealism and the concept of automatism, Pollock believed that the act of painting should allow the artist's subconscious to take control, bypassing rational thought and letting emotions flow freely. This unrestrained approach led to a new kind of abstraction, one that didn't rely on recognizable imagery or traditional composition. Instead, Pollock's paintings were complex webs of lines, drips, and splatters that formed chaotic yet harmonious environments. Pollock's action painting also represented a shift in the role of the artist. Rather than being a detached creator of an object, the artist became a part of the work itself, with their body and emotions intimately tied to the canvas. This shift was reflected in the very physicality of Pollock's paintings, where the viewer could sense the energy and movement involved in their creation. While Pollock's work was initially met with controversy, his contributions to the art world are undeniable. His innovative technique helped define abstract expressionism and cemented his place as a trailblazer in the development of modern art. Pollock's legacy endures, influencing generations of artists who continue to explore the relationship between the artist's body, emotion, and the act of creation. Action painting, as embodied in Pollock's work, forever changed the way we view the artistic process, emphasizing spontaneity, freedom, and emotional intensity. Mark Rothko's meditative use of color. Mark Rothko, a leading figure in abstract expressionism, is best known for his large-scale paintings that explore the emotional power of color. Unlike his contemporaries who focused on the act of painting itself, Rothko's work aimed to evoke deep, meditative emotional responses from the viewer through subtle variations in color. His paintings, often featuring soft rectangular blocks of color, are minimalist in composition, but rich in emotional depth, drawing the audience into an intimate, reflective experience. Rothko's use of color was not merely aesthetic, but was deeply tied to his philosophical and emotional explorations. He believed that color could transcend representation and speak directly to the soul. His iconic works, featuring large, glowing fields of color, invite contemplation. The blurred edges of the blocks create a sense of floating, making the viewer feel as if they are immersed in the space of the painting, rather than merely observing it. This effect was deliberate, as Rothko sought to remove the barrier between the artwork and the viewer, aiming for a profound connection. The colors Rothko chose were not arbitrary. They were carefully selected to evoke specific emotional responses. He used rich, deep hues, reds, oranges, purples, and blues, often paired with contrasting tones to create tension and harmony. The soft transitions between colors in his compositions were designed to elicit feelings of transcendence, contemplation, and even melancholy. Rothko's paintings, particularly those from his later years, were often exhibited in environments designed to enhance their meditative qualities. He even requested that his works be shown in dimly lit rooms to increase the focus on the color fields and minimize distractions. In Rothko's work, the relationship between color and viewer was central. He described his paintings as windows into a deeper emotional reality, where the viewer could confront existential questions and personal reflections. His work was an invitation to experience emotions, joy, sorrow, awe, through the simplicity of color without the need for narrative or form. The absence of figures or recognizable subjects allowed Rothko to strip away external distractions, encouraging an internal dialogue with the painting. Mark Rothko's meditative use of color forever changed the landscape of modern art. His work continues to resonate with viewers around the world, demonstrating the enduring power of abstraction to evoke profound emotional experiences. Rothko's legacy lies in his ability to transform simple color fields into immersive, emotional spaces where viewers can find solace, introspection, and a deeper connection to their own emotions. The shift to non-representational art. The shift to non-representational art, which emerged in the early 20th century, marked a radical departure from centuries of artistic tradition. Prior to this movement, art had largely been focused on representation, capturing the visible world in as realistic a manner as possible. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Michelangelo created works that aimed to mirror nature, humanity, and the physical world. However, as modernity progressed, traditional approaches began to feel limiting, and artists sought to break free from the constraints of representation. The early 20th century was a time of profound change, with rapid industrialization, political upheaval, and technological advancements. In this context, artists began to question the role of art and its relationship to reality. Movements such as Cubism, Futurism, and Dada laid the groundwork for a shift away from mimetic art toward abstraction. Artists like Pablo Picasso, George Braque, and Kazimir Malevich began experimenting with form, color, and perspective, focusing less on how things looked and more on how they could be interpreted emotionally and intellectually. Non-representational art, also known as abstract art, does not attempt to depict the physical world or recognizable subjects. Instead, it uses shapes, lines, colors, and textures as its primary language. This move was driven by the belief that visual art could communicate something deeper, transcending mere visual likeness. The Russian artist Wassily Kandinsky, often considered one of the pioneers of abstraction, believed that non-representational art could express spiritual and emotional truths that were beyond the reach of realism. His work was deeply influenced by music, with its ability to evoke emotion without the need for a tangible form or subject. As the 20th century progressed, the push toward abstraction gained momentum. Artists like Piet Mondrian, Jackson Pollock, and Mark Rothko further developed abstract art, each in their own distinctive ways. Mondrian focused on geometric abstraction, using grids and primary colors to create a sense of harmony and order. Pollock's action paintings, with their wild, spontaneous gestures, expressed emotional intensity through non-representational means. Rothko's soft, glowing color fields invited viewers to experience art on an emotional and spiritual level, without reference to the external world. The shift to non-representational art had a profound impact on the trajectory of modern art. It opened up new possibilities for creativity, allowing artists to explore the depths of human experience and emotion through purely formal means. This transformation in artistic thinking has shaped the direction of contemporary art, encouraging the exploration of abstraction, the emotional power of color, and the rejection of traditional subject matter in favor of personal expression. Today, The legacy of non-representational art can be seen in countless movements and artists who continue to challenge the boundaries of what art can represent and how it can communicate with its audience. The influence of World War II on art movements. World War II had a profound impact on art movements, shaping the direction of modern art and influencing how artists responded to the tumultuous, fractured world in which they lived. The devastation and horrors of the war, combined with the political and social upheavals that followed, prompted artists to reevaluate their roles in society and the themes they chose to explore in their work. This period saw the rise of new art movements that both reflected the trauma of war and sought to express a sense of disillusionment, alienation, and in some cases, hope. One of the most significant movements that emerged in the aftermath of World War II was abstract expressionism. Born in the United States, abstract expressionism was influenced by the emotional intensity and personal turmoil felt by many artists in the wake of the war. The movement sought to convey the inner emotional world rather than external reality, often through non-representational or abstract forms. Artists like Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, and Mark Rothko created works that conveyed the raw emotion, chaos, and uncertainty of the post-war era. Pollock's action paintings, with their frenetic drips and splashes, embodied the psychological fragmentation many people experienced as a result of the war. Rothko's large color fields, on the other hand, evoked a sense of existential reflection, offering viewers a space to contemplate the deep emotional undercurrents of the time. Meanwhile, in Europe, the war's devastation led to the rise of movements such as existentialism in philosophy and informalism in painting. In the aftermath of the war, artists like Jean Fautrier and Hans Hartung sought to express the horrors of violence and the fractured human condition through chaotic, abstract works. These artists, much like their counterparts in the US, rejected traditional representations of reality and embraced abstraction as a way to deal with the profound sense of loss and despair left by the war. Their works were often filled with raw, violent marks that mimicked the destruction and disorder that had characterized the war. Additionally, the war had a lasting impact on the development of new media and technologies in art. The destruction of traditional artistic centers, especially in Europe, led to the migration of artists to other parts of the world, particularly the United States. This shift helped to establish New York City as the new epicenter of the art world, moving the focus of avant-garde art away from Paris. The explosion of new artistic ideas and approaches in the U.S. played a significant role in the emergence of movements like pop art, minimalism, and conceptual art in the 1950s and 1960s. Ultimately, the influence of World War II on art movements was profound, shaping the direction of modern and contemporary art in ways that reflected both the devastation of the war and the desire for renewal and meaning in its aftermath. The emotional intensity and formal experimentation seen in post-war art continue to resonate with artists and viewers alike as they grapple with the legacies of war, trauma, and the search for a new artistic language. Abstract Expressionism's global reach. Abstract Expressionism, which emerged in the United States during the late 1940s and early 1950s, quickly gained global prominence and left a lasting impact on the development of modern art worldwide. Initially concentrated in New York City, the movement, with its emphasis on spontaneous, gestural brushstrokes and non-representational forms, resonated with artists and audiences far beyond the U.S. Its reach expanded through a combination of cultural exchanges, exhibitions, and the increasing influence of American art in the post-war era. The rise of abstract expressionism coincided with the United States' emergence as a dominant cultural and political power following World War II. As Europe was rebuilding and the art world was grappling with the aftermath of the war, American artists like Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, and Mark Rothko offered a fresh and dynamic approach to art. Their works, characterized by emotional intensity, abstract forms, and innovative techniques, were seen as both a reflection of the tumultuous times and a break from the artistic traditions of Europe. The rise of New York as the new center of the art world, with the U.S. replacing Paris as the epicenter of avant-garde art, helped ensure that abstract expressionism gained international visibility and influence. In Europe, the movement was met with both excitement and skepticism. Artists in countries like France, Germany, and Italy were particularly drawn to the emotional depth and the rejection of traditional artistic techniques. The fluid, non-representational style of abstract expressionism provided a departure from the rigid formalism and representational traditions that had dominated European art for centuries. Artists such as French painter Jean-Paul Riopelle and German painter Karel Appel incorporated elements of abstract expressionism into their own works, blending it with European influences like surrealism and informalism. This fusion helped to create a distinctly international version of the movement. In addition to Europe, abstract expressionism also spread to Latin America, Asia, and other parts of the world, where its themes of individualism, freedom, and emotional expression resonated with artists seeking to break free from traditional artistic conventions. In Japan, for example, the Japanese Gutai movement emerged as a reaction to abstract expressionism, with artists like Jiro Yoshihara and Shozo Shimamoto experimenting with similar methods of physicality and abstraction. The movement also influenced artists in countries such as Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico, where young artists embraced the emotional power and spontaneous nature of abstract expressionism, blending it with local cultural elements. The global reach of abstract expressionism is a testament to its universal appeal and its ability to transcend geographic, political, and cultural boundaries. Its impact on contemporary art continues to be felt today, as many artists around the world continue to explore the themes of emotion, abstraction, and spontaneity that define the movement. Abstract expressionism, born in the United States, quickly became a global movement, shaping the course of modern art in ways that are still unfolding. Chapter 12: Pop Art and the Commercialization of Art. Pop art, which emerged in the 1950s and reached its peak in the 1960s, was a revolutionary movement that bridged the worlds of high art and popular culture. This movement, characterized by its use of commercial imagery and mass production techniques, challenged the traditional boundaries of what could be considered art. Artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Claes Oldenburg drew inspiration from consumer goods, advertising, and comic strips, bringing everyday objects and mass media imagery into the realm of fine art. Pop art was born in response to the increasing commercialization and consumerism of the post-World War II era. As mass production and advertising became central to modern life, artists began to question the role of art in a consumer-driven society. Pop art artists saw the potential to critique, explore, and even celebrate the commercialization of culture. By incorporating recognizable images from popular culture, such as Campbell's soup cans, Coca-Cola bottles, and comic book characters, into their artworks, they blurred the lines between high and low culture, making art more accessible to the general public. Andy Warhol, perhaps the most famous figure associated with pop art, played a key role in the commercialization of art. Warhol's mass production approach to painting, epitomized by his silkscreen prints of celebrities and everyday products, transformed art into an industrial process. His famous quote, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," reflected his belief in the fleeting nature of fame and the pervasive influence of media in shaping public perception. Warhol's works, such as the iconic Campbell's soup cans and Marilyn Dip Touch, celebrated the commodification of culture while simultaneously critiquing its superficiality and predictability. Pop art's embrace of commercial techniques like screen printing and its use of bright, bold colors also reflected the growing influence of advertising and mass media in shaping public consciousness. Roy Lichtenstein's comic strip-inspired paintings, such as Wham and Drowning Girl, use the language of commercial art to explore themes of romance, heroism, and tragedy, all while acknowledging the artificial nature of these narratives. While pop art initially faced criticism for its perceived shallowness and commercialism, its impact on the art world was profound. It challenged the elitism of the art establishment and opened the door for contemporary artists to engage with popular culture in new and innovative ways. The commercialization of art, once viewed as a critique of capitalism, gradually became an integral part of the art market itself. Today, pop art continues to influence artists and designers, blurring the boundaries between art, commerce, and culture, and raising important questions about the relationship between art and consumerism in the modern world. Andy Warhol and the mass production of art. Andy Warhol, one of the most influential and controversial artists of the 20th century, revolutionized the art world with his concept of mass production. Warhol's approach to art, characterized by the mechanization of the creative process, challenged the very notion of what it meant to create art. His belief that art could be produced like any other consumer product led him to adopt factory-like methods for making his works, fundamentally changing the relationship between artist, artwork, and audience. At the core of Warhol's artistic philosophy was the idea that art should not be a unique, individual expression, but rather a product of mass production. Warhol famously coined the term factory for his studio in New York City, where he employed a team of assistants to help produce his works. This shift from the solitary artist working alone in a studio to a collaborative, industrialized approach mirrored the growing influence of consumerism and mass production in post-World War II society. Warhol's method of creating art, particularly through the use of silkscreen printing, allowed him to produce multiple versions of a single image, emphasizing the repetition and uniformity found in commercial production. Warhol's most iconic works, such as his series of Campbell's soup cans and Marilyn Monroe portraits, exemplified his approach to mass production. By repeating the same image over and over, Warhol highlighted the banality and commercialization of modern culture, turning everyday products and celebrity imagery into high art. The use of commercial techniques like screen printing allowed Warhol to produce art at a rapid pace, almost treating it like a factory output. This approach not only democratized art, but also deconstructed the traditional notions of artistic value, originality, and craftsmanship. Warhol's mass production of art was not without controversy. Critics accused him of reducing art to mere commodities, stripping it of its emotional depth and personal expression. However, Warhol himself embraced this criticism, seeing it as a reflection of the commodification of modern life. His works often played with the idea of celebrity culture and consumerism, questioning the nature of fame, identity, and the art market. In this way, Warhol's mass-produced art was both a critique and a celebration of the very culture that enabled its creation. Today, Andy Warhol's legacy endures, not only in the art world, but also in the realms of advertising, design, and popular culture. His embrace of mass production continues to influence contemporary artists, blurring the boundaries between fine art, commerce, and popular culture. Through his groundbreaking approach, Warhol transformed the way we think about the creation and consumption of art, leaving an indelible mark on the cultural landscape. The role of consumer culture in pop art. Pop art emerged in the mid-20th century as a response to the growing prominence of consumer culture, mass media, and advertising. Rooted in the belief that art should reflect the realities of modern life, pop art took inspiration directly from the commercial world, embracing the imagery and techniques of advertising, mass production, and consumer goods. By elevating everyday objects and popular culture icons to the status of high art, artists in the pop art movement aimed to blur the lines between fine art and consumer culture, challenging traditional notions of what art could be. At the heart of pop art was its fascination with the commercial and consumer-driven society that defined the post-World War II era. As mass production and advertising became central to American life, pop artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Claes Oldenburg began to use the imagery of consumer products, such as soup cans, soda bottles, and comic book characters, often incorporating these symbols into their work in ways that both celebrated and critiqued the commodification of culture. By using techniques drawn from advertising and commercial design, such as bold colors, repetition, and graphic imagery, pop artists underscored the pervasive influence of consumerism on everyday life. Andy Warhol's use of mass production techniques, particularly his iconic silkscreen prints, is perhaps the most famous example of how pop art intersected with consumer culture. Warhol's Campbell's soup cans and Brillo boxes were, on the surface, straightforward representations of consumer goods, yet they carried a deeper commentary on the way these products were marketed and consumed. By taking these ordinary items and presenting them in the context of fine art, Warhol not only elevated the status of the consumer object, but also questioned the nature of originality and value in art. Warhol's quote, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," reflected his view of the fleeting nature of celebrity and the commodification of both products and people in contemporary culture. Similarly, Roy Lichtenstein's comic strip-inspired paintings, such as Wham! And Drowning Girl, used the visual language of commercial art to explore themes of love, violence, and heroism, all while critiquing the superficiality and repetition found in popular media. These works played with the idea of mass production, using the same techniques that were typically employed for cheap entertainment to create serious art that engaged with the viewer on an intellectual level. Ultimately, pop art's relationship with consumer culture was both celebratory and critical. It celebrated the accessibility and ubiquity of consumer goods, while also critiquing the commodification of art, identity, and human experience. By incorporating elements of advertising, mass media, and pop culture, pop artists helped reshape the art world and redefine the boundaries between commercial culture and fine art. Today, the influence of consumer culture continues to be felt in contemporary art, where the line between the mass-produced and the artistic remains as blurred as ever. Roy Lichtenstein's comic strip influence. Roy Lichtenstein, one of the most prominent figures in the pop art movement, is best known for his use of comic strip imagery in his artwork. His iconic paintings, such as Wham! And Drowning Girl, took the visual language of popular comics and transformed them into high art, challenging traditional distinctions between low and high culture. Lichtenstein's work was not merely a replication of comic strip style, but a reinterpretation that elevated the often dismissed medium to a level of serious artistic expression. Lichtenstein's influence from comic strips is immediately apparent in his use of bold, graphic lines, flat colors, and Ben-Day dots, the small colored dots used in comic printing to create shading and texture. By using this technique, Lichtenstein mimicked the mechanical reproduction methods employed in the printing of mass-produced comics, turning the process into a form of high art. His use of the Ben-Day dots in particular became a defining feature of his work and symbolized the mass production of popular culture. The mechanical quality of these dots not only referenced the printing process, but also played with the idea of mass production in art, much like Andy Warhol's silkscreen prints. Lichtenstein's choice of subject matter also mirrored the themes of comic strips, often depicting dramatic, emotional scenes inspired by romance, war, and action. His paintings frequently featured female protagonists in distressing or intense situations, such as the famous Drowning Girl, where a woman is shown caught in a moment of emotional turmoil. These depictions mirrored the melodramatic nature of comic strips, with their over-the-top narratives and exaggerated emotions. By extracting these elements from their original context and placing them in a fine art setting, Lichtenstein elevated the comic strip to the realm of high art while also critiquing the commercialization of emotions and the banal nature of popular culture. However, Lichtenstein's work was not merely about appropriation. It was a commentary on the relationship between art and consumer culture. By taking comic strip imagery and recontextualizing it, Lichtenstein questioned notions of originality, authenticity, and the boundaries of artistic mediums. His art played with the concept of imitation and appropriation, forcing the viewer to reconsider what art could be and how it could engage with the mass media culture of the time. Through his comic strip influence, Roy Lichtenstein helped redefine the role of art in the modern world, blurring the line between mass culture and fine art. His work continues to resonate today as it explores the intersection of popular culture, emotion, and visual representation, making comic strips a central element in the narrative of contemporary art. The blending of high and low art. The blending of high and low art, a key characteristic of pop art, revolutionized the art world in the mid-20th century by challenging traditional distinctions between fine art and popular culture. Historically, high art was associated with the academic traditions of painting, sculpture, and classical music, forms that were seen as sophisticated, intellectual, and meant to be appreciated by an elite audience. In contrast, low art was typically associated with mass-produced commercial products such as advertising, comic books, and popular music, forms that were accessible to the general public but often dismissed by the art world as trivial or superficial. Pop artists, however, sought to break down these boundaries by incorporating imagery and techniques from both realms into their works, creating art that was at once critical, accessible, and innovative. At the forefront of this shift was Andy Warhol, whose work blurred the lines between high and low art by appropriating mass-produced images like Campbell's soup cans, Coca-Cola bottles, and celebrity portraits. By elevating these ubiquitous consumer products to the status of art, Warhol not only questioned the value and originality of traditional fine art, but also highlighted the commodification of culture in a consumer-driven society. His use of mass production techniques, such as silkscreen printing, further emphasized the mechanization and reproducibility of contemporary life, challenging the notion that art should be a unique, one-of-a-kind object. Warhol transformed everyday, commercially driven imagery into high art, forcing viewers to reconsider what could be considered worthy of artistic attention. Similarly, Roy Lichtenstein's work made a direct connection between low culture and high art by adapting the visual language of comic strips and advertising. His paintings, with their bold outlines, flat colors, and mechanical dot patterns, mimic the look of mass-produced printed materials. While comic books and advertisements were often considered lower forms of art, Lichtenstein elevated them by bringing them into the realm of fine art and transforming their inherent drama, melodrama, and repetition into sophisticated visual statements. The blending of high and low art in pop art signaled a democratization of art, making it more relatable and relevant to a wider audience. By using familiar everyday imagery, pop artists made art accessible, while simultaneously critiquing the very commercialization and commodification they were celebrating. This fusion of high and low not only expanded the boundaries of what could be considered art, but also challenged established hierarchies in the art world. Today, the legacy of this blending continues to influence contemporary artists who continue to explore the intersection of popular culture, commercialism, and fine art. Pop art's critique of society and fame. Pop art, which emerged in the 1950s and flourished in the 1960s, offered a critical commentary on the rise of consumerism, celebrity culture, and the commercialization of modern life. The movement's embrace of popular culture and mass-produced imagery was not merely an aesthetic choice. It was a deliberate critique of the growing influence of advertising, media, and consumer products on society. Pop artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Richard Hamilton explored the way society's obsession with material goods and fame shaped cultural values and individual identities. At the heart of pop art's critique was its exploration of the commodification of culture. Artists like Warhol saw mass production as a reflection of modern life, where even the most iconic images, such as Campbell's soup cans or portraits of Marilyn Monroe, could be reproduced, bought, and sold. Warhol's famous quote, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," encapsulated his belief that fame had become a transient commodity, something easily attained and just as quickly discarded. By turning everyday objects and celebrities into art, Warhol both celebrated and questioned the commercialization of culture. His works blurred the line between high art and popular culture, suggesting that the value of an object, whether it was a painting or a can of soup, was increasingly determined by its marketability, not its intrinsic artistic worth. Warhol's use of celebrities, particularly through his silkscreen prints of Marilyn Monroe and Elvis Presley, further emphasized his critique of fame. Celebrities, once revered for their talent or cultural contributions, were now part of the mass media machine, manufactured for public consumption. Warhol's repetitive portraits of these figures reflected the way in which the media commodified fame, reducing complex human beings to easily recognizable, marketable images. In doing so, Warhol questioned the authenticity of celebrity culture, suggesting that fame itself had become an empty, repetitive cycle of image-making. Pop art's critique of society extended beyond the examination of fame and consumerism. The movement also challenged traditional notions of art itself. By appropriating imagery from advertising, comic books, and mass media, pop artists blurred the boundaries between high and low culture, making art more accessible to the masses while simultaneously critiquing the way art had become a commodity in the capitalist system. Ultimately, pop art's critique of society and fame remains highly relevant today. It reflected and refracted the realities of its time, an era dominated by the media, advertising, and celebrity culture, and provided a lasting framework for questioning the role of consumerism and the nature of fame in contemporary life. Through their exploration of mass media and the commodification of culture, pop artists forced viewers to confront the ways in which society's values were shaped by commercial forces and the media. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The evolution of modern art throughout the 20th century reveals a complex interplay of ideas, movements, and cultural shifts, each of which left a lasting impact on the artistic landscape. From the emotional intensity of Expressionism to the spontaneous creativity of Abstract Expressionism and the questioning of societal norms in pop art, artists sought to break free from the traditions of the past and create new ways of seeing and experiencing the world. The rise of these movements reflects a broader societal transformation, marked by rapid technological advancements, political upheavals, and changing cultural values. The shift toward abstraction and non-representational art marked a radical departure from centuries of artistic tradition. As artists embraced abstraction, they moved away from mimicking the visible world to focus on expressing inner emotional states, subconscious impulses, and the complexities of modern existence. Movements like Abstract Expressionism demonstrated the potential of art to communicate personal, emotional, and psychological experiences that went beyond the limits of representation. At the same time, pop art challenged the boundaries between high and low culture, using the imagery of consumer goods, advertisements, and popular media to critique and celebrate the commodification of modern life. Artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein used mass-produced imagery to both reflect and critique the rise of consumerism and celebrity culture. By elevating everyday objects and pop culture icons to the level of high art, they forced viewers to reconsider the value of art, originality, and fame in an increasingly commercialized world. These movements, while distinct in style and approach, were united by their desire to engage with the rapidly changing world around them. Whether through emotional expression, abstract exploration, or social critique, Modern artists sought to reflect the complexities of contemporary life and challenge the norms of both art and society. The legacy of these movements is still felt today, as contemporary artists continue to explore themes of individual expression, mass culture, and the role of art in society. In conclusion, the 20th century was a period of great transformation in the art world, as artists embraced new ideas, techniques, and subject matter to address the challenges and questions of their time. From the emotional depths of abstract expressionism to the critique of fame and consumerism in pop art, these movements paved the way for the diverse, global art scene we see today. Their influence continues to inspire and challenge artists, critics, and viewers alike, ensuring that the legacy of modern art remains as relevant and provocative as ever.